How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Thursday. Beep, 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 beep. It's so sad when I load to the deck editor and we lose that music. We're gonna rock some viewer deck submissions today. Some stuff queued up here. We've got our first one. Sweet Silver Surfer Destroy Brew. We're gonna dive on it in just a second. Let's just get to it. It's a feature location day, or as I like to call it, a conquest day. Morning, zombie token. I actually want to play X23 off of Stark Tower, because I probably want Dakin on the Stark Tower, I imagine. Or do I? Probably gonna eat these before turn 5, before turn 6, right? Maybe I do play this here. That's actually a Scotch awkward? Because obviously we want to put this here, right? So we'll do nothing then. This is a hell of a set of locations for us, gamers. I think it's Shaw here into like Nova Carnage here now at this point. Okay. God, if Crimson Cosmos wasn't here, we'd be in such a reasonable spot. As is, I think we just do this, and then I'm hoping to peel Silver Surfer next turn. Or sorry, not Silver Surfer, Killmonger, so I could go Shard Killmonger.
All systems go.
Playing Taskmaster here. Yeah, I think that means we're probably dead, unfortunately. We're competing for Crimson Cosmos anyways. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, depending on how this goes, I'm gonna pass. It might just be. Yeah, I think Killmonger's actually better than Surfer here, right? So I think they're less likely to compete for here. This could go either way. I think they're more likely to compete for Stark Tower though than Limbo. Maybe Infant on it, maybe? Oh, wow, guess wrong? Rip. Guess they're worried about my Dakin. I guess Dakin implies Killmonger is fair.
Oh, can you understand me?
They're just on Infant on. Oh wow, they're just on like full big combo blob with Thanos. Usually the Thanos builds are more controlling and less linear than this. But I guess in a way, the best counterplay to Blob Thanos is leeching them. So if you're gonna get leeched in this deck, you might as well be playing Infinite, right? My wife's being induced tomorrow with our third boy. We don't have a name yet. Declan's on our short list. Any insider information to help push us towards a decision? I mean, I like my Declan. He's a pretty cool dude. I will say I was surprised how often people spell Declan like D-E-C-K-L-A-N. Like, I thought it was a relatively common enough name that that wouldn't be a thing.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
He's worried about Declan. You know, he's 8 now, and I don't think we've heard that a single time. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah. How often is it mispronounced? Not frequently. So, historically speaking, Silver Surfer's hardest matchups are the ones where, historically speaking, Silver Surfer's hardest matchups are the decks that just put big numbers into play. So there's a good chance that playing this deck into the current Scar metagame is not a fantastic choice. This is interesting. Opponent's playing a classic combo deck here. Cosmo plus Master Mold for their Ronin. If you think my current opponent is a bot, it is one of the many reasons why your inability to climb at Marvel's Snap is a struggle for you. You don't understand remotely what it takes to identify a bot. If you think my current opponent is a bot. 1, there are not bots in Conquest. 2, this opponent is not one of them. Yeah, no, 3, this is not a bot deck we're playing against. They also have an avatar that bots don't have, and they have an infinity border. There's like 3 different indicators here that you all missed. Thinking my opponent is potentially an AI. They are not. Rats. Would we have won if I would have Killmongered middle? If I Killmongered middle, they would have been +2, but I would have been +5, so would have gotten it there. My uncle works at Second Dinner and he confirmed he's a bot. Mr. Baluk, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. I clicked the wrong button. Sorry about it. I'm not griefing you. I'm just stupid. We did lose the Ronin buff. Yeah. Factual. In general, for the people that are speculating in chat about potential changes to cards in Marvel Snap, I'd really prefer if you just don't do that in my gaming spaces. There's always a dozen different changes they can make to any card that's currently in an unreasonable spot to make it reasonable. And posting your various ideas for them in random Twitch chats is not conducive to making any of those happen. And MU Wildcat, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, by the way, chat, if you don't subject yourself to Twitter, one, good for you. But you didn't see my sponsored plug last night. Look at how good my HelloFresh meal turned out. I cooked it all by myself. Aren't you proud of me? Look at Christy even took photographical evidence. Aren't I capable? Yeah, I'll make a big forge thing. Speaking of cooking and our HelloFresh sponsor, the end of Monday's stream, by the way, we're gonna cook together live on stream. Get my mobile streaming set up in the kitchen. We're gonna close out on that. Half hour to 45 minutes of making a meal. The serving sizes on HelloFresh are either for, the serving sizes on HelloFresh are for either, 2 or 4 people. Will Whisper Jeff be attending? LOL. So... I think I just do this turn. And then next turn, we Dakin left, and then we Carnage right to make the Dakins huge. If I did the larger serving size, wow, fuck me. Ugh. If I did the larger serving size, it was enough for my family of 5, 3 of which are kids. Yeah, if most of your family is children, I think that's certainly accurate. This is the other reason why the Silver Surfer style decks just have a hard time. It feels like you have to jump through so many hoops to get a payoff that just gets crapped on by a very commonly played tech card. It's unfortunately kind of like the Marvel Snap story for decks like this. At least now your Dakins are safe, but they're not safe, right? In fact, I think we actually go for the juke here. I think we just do this and dodge Shang-Chi on the left, right? Because they're the play all the tech cards deck. we get him? No, we lose the fucking Elsa. Rip. We lose to the combination of Elsa and DC. Although I suppose if they don't have DC there, maybe they put the real Mysterio middle. Feels bad, man. I don't know. The kind of like list of questions you need to ask yourself when it comes to building or playing off Benedict's and Marvel Snap is how big does my deck go when it goes big? How many commonly played pieces of interaction interact with that thing? And then is that how big I'm going big enough to keep up with the other decks that are just going big in the format? So like this deck's not playing any of the powerful tech cards like Shang-Chi or Shadow King, and we're kind of smaller than Blob on average is kind of the rough part.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
This is actually currently my only viewer submission, so if you want to get in and claim the next one, you can do so with the donation at the link. Morning, Andrew. In general, I'm not sure Dakin is a powerful enough card to make it so you can compete with him in terms of just pure raw stats. Like, Dakin's an integral part of the Stature Zabu deck, for example, but that doesn't mean that, like, that deck doesn't just overpower people with Dakin. It's, and like use other tech cards alongside him. Hey, thanks for the tip, dude. I'd love to jam some Cerebro 2 today. Oh, this Project Pegasus is just so useless to us. I think Monkey will become viable with Beta Ray Bill and Jane Foster. I don't know what Black Swan is. That must be a data mine that's really far out. I don't really look at the data mines that are super far out because they just change too frequently. I actually don't think Hitmonkey's current lack of competitiveness is at all related to Hitmonkey's current stat line or the support around him. I think it is simply difficult for... So, Hitmonkey's problems with competitiveness are twofold. One, Hitmonkey is one of those cards that just makes a big number that's been incidentally power crept out of the format by virtue of Blob being a 640. And two, Hitmonkey's conditions that make him powerful are awful and not able to be met into Storm and Professor X Lockout being commonplace in the format as well. So Hitmonkey, I think even if they reverted Hitmonkey to the 2-0, it would probably still struggle in this current format. Yeah, even Ebony Blade making a big number 2 has power crept to a degree as well. Like Hitmonkey I think is an example of something that's just like, oh, this wouldn't be good even before they changed it. Morning, my dear. Darth, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. The old dear, thank you for the 10 months. My hand is awful. I'm gonna take a mulligan on our first location.
Escaped.
They're gonna have to walk back the unkillable part of Ebony Blade. Yeah, I think so, Nick. I was actually really surprised when they rolled out Ebony Blade with both unkillable and unshadow kingable. What do you think they should do about Power Creep? I think they should delete Blob from the game. Or rework him so he's not a 640. I genuinely, I think Blob is the only really huge example of power creep the game has had. I think in general, they've done a good job not power creeping things. But Blob, by virtue of being a 630, has just like power crept a just huge swath of cards. I think most of the other issues I have with Marvel Snap designs or cards over the last year weren't power creep related. They were like design related with Alioth. Nah, I think Kyeria protecting 6-cost cards is great. Like, I think Kyeria's design is super reasonable.
Snap.
Very much disagree with Justin Kyeria, especially this early. Like anything that looks remotely problematic with Kyeria is not Kyeria's fault. It's a symptom of a different problem. I'll stand by that. My story and I'm sticking to it.
Opponent snapped.
Man, I don't think we could win this game, but I also just I played this game mode as best of one, so let's play a game, shall we? This is the proving ground. Nah, I play silver as best of one as well. How much better would this card have been if it had simply been Sarah, right? I struggle, having played a lot of Surfer, I struggle to envision games where this is a useful card I want to play on curve in this deck. If this had been Sarah, I would have been able to play Shaw here and he would have been pretty huge. I'll swap Deathstrike for Sarah for our last few attempts with this. I think gamers are so entitled and crappy these. I think most gamers, all right, at the risk of what I'm about to say being thrown back in my face later, I think most gamers and people are probably pretty reasonable and fine. And it's just important to remember that, like, the vocal minority is a common sentiment for a reason, and most people complaining and being crappy and being stupid aren't the majority, they're just the loud ones. Like if you bring, like, just as a pointed example, if you bring up my name in basically any public Marvel Snap space, you're gonna find some salty motherfucker that was loud and got banned here from being loud and wrong at some point, and they're gonna complain about me. But while that's objectively true, it's also true that my Twitch stream was literally the most watched Marvel Snap stream in 2023 on twitch.tv. But that doesn't change the fact that you'll still find someone annoying and loud about it, no matter where you go. It's important to remember that the loud people aren't necessarily representative of what's going on. Yeah, what someone else said is true. Take the average Twitch stream. On average, less than 10 in fully open chats, no less. On average, less than 10% of people comment on Twitch streams. Even when my chat wasn't sub-only mode and was fully open, anybody could post a message that they wanted, less than 10% of people who watch the stream on a given day were commenting on it. Did Dara claim on Twitter he was the most watched? Maybe for a specific month he was the most watched since he decided to sleep on stream in the Marvel Snap category for a week at the end? Or maybe he was in the top percentage? Highest peak viewership also isn't true. This is Marvel Snap's 2023 viewer hours. I was the most watched by a good chunk here. For the last half of the year, maybe. What's the last 180 days look like? That's probably true. For the last half of the year, he was up by a little bit, but he also streamed just an incredible amount, right? Including sleeping on stream. Yeah, so normally when people do subathons, there's literally a I'm just sleeping category. There's literally an I'm just sleeping category on Twitch that you're supposed to go into when you're doing subathons and stuff like that. But because he knew he would drop off viewers because people just want to farm drops during the week, when he did his subathon, he stayed in the Snap category despite being sleeping. Yeah, it wasn't obvious that it was pre-recorded and he was sleeping. Am I waiting on this till after I Shaw? Maybe. Decide. Doing this proactively is better against Professor X. Content creators can do what they want and whatever their audience will tolerate. I'm not going to comment on Dara as an individual or a person because I don't know him personally. But since he went full-time especially, he has very heavily leaned into doing basically every single thing I personally would consider scummy in the industry to get ahead. which he's allowed to do. People are allowed to do what they want. If his audience is into it and wants to support him doing that, more power to him. But just very, very heavy clickbait and stuff like that and other things. Thank you for, yeah, Ray, sorry, by the way, I missed it. You had a deck submission. No, Nody, do you have a link to your deck on another platform or something? Because unfortunately, the deck codes in Marvel Snap are so long, they don't fit into the donation comment, so I can't copy that.
Wind, aid my hand.
Zeke, thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Jeff Subathon when? Never. Actual never. Oh, and we lost this 66%er to be able to... We lost this 66%er to be able to have priority here and not die to Goliath.
Doom rules all.
So Stu. Alright, we're gonna give our sweaty lockdown opponent their silver ticket. Looks like it's about time for our scheduled ad break. And we'll slide along to our next viewer deck. Unfortunately, I just don't think Surfer is a very good archetype at the moment. Killmonger is just not the interaction it used to be post Kyeria. Dakin and Sebastian Shaw just struggle to get big enough. There's just too many go bigger decks in the front. I think if you do want to play this archetype, you probably need to at least fit Shadow King into it. But even then, I think it's hard to play that card on curve. Yeah, Goose Cosmo are like, okay, that's probably, Goose Cosmo Shadow King are probably cards you want to be playing if you want to make this work. I definitely think this type of Surfer where you're just trying to compete on only numbers is not competitive in the current format. All right, gamers, we'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for checking out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube viewers, there's 220 of you and only 57 like button pressers. Can we pump those rookie numbers up? I would appreciate it. Jeff will be doing a subathon when he can find a mysterious 1-month subscriber to gift 100 subs when the timer was less than 10 minutes and the right amount of subs were set to quadrupled.
Oh, snap.
All right, what's our next pile of cards? It's Cerebro 2 request. No, Day, if you're hanging out, by the way, I still need a link to your deck in chat because the code doesn't fit in the message. Yeah, 100%. I think there's archetypes that exist in Snap that haven't been discovered by the greater community. What's the idea behind a subathon? A subathon is a deeply predatory, FOMO-induced thing where a content creator encourages people to subscribe to keep them glued to their stream longer. So they do it like every time you subscribe to the channel, the stream gets like 1 minute longer. It encourages people to like gift piles of subs and other stuff like that to keep the party going so you don't miss out. It's one of those things that's like been super normalized inside of the Twitch community. That is it's one of I find it interesting how people like readily acknowledge and accept like Marvel Snap, and they'll be like, Marvel Snap is predatory, and it is. But they like other things like that get normalized and no one will call a spade a spade. It's you know, late stage capitalism all the way down. And I don't think that type of thing is specific to any one content creator. And that's sort of how drops work. Stay around or you don't get the thing that everyone else is getting. Drops are kind of different because they're a set timer, right? Like once you collect your drops, you're done. The big thing that subathons lean into that doesn't really get acknowledged enough is the parasocial element. It's like, oh, I get to, this thing is me hanging out with this person that I like and they like me, etc. It really leans into that, oh, we have this connection that doesn't exist, right? And for people that haven't heard of parasocial relationship, what that means is basically, if you and I were at the grocery store together and you saw me, you would know who I was, but I wouldn't know who you are. Parasocial is a one-sided, one-street relationship, essentially, where one person in the relationship has. Yes, that's kind of where they came from, Lethal Llamas. Like how subathons work are kind of how people always used to manage charity streams for a good cause. Like you donate or give a certain amount to charity and the streamer does a thing, but it's going towards a charitable organization. Whereas like subathons are like that, but going to an individual. By the way, Ray, if you're here, I actually looking at your link, and you actually sent me the link to the Snap Fan deck builder. You have to actually submit the deck there and get a unique URL for it. Wait, I've been sending you a partly sum of Bezos money every month, and you don't even consider it a personal friend. I do not. Yes, someone in the YouTube side. I'm a bartender and have a similar situation. Unironically, it's like the famous line, he thinks the stripper likes him, right? It's like, well, you're here and you're a customer and we're friendly because you're a customer and we appreciate the patronage, but appreciating the patronage and being friendly because you're a customer is different than being friends. Being friendly is not being a friend. Those two things are different. Ghosted, thank you for the brand new tier 1. I appreciate that. Actually, let's echo here in case they want to ongoing. It's crazy how the last game went about as well as you could ask. You still just lost to Blob on the left. Ain't that the truth, Seek? Thanks for the 63 buttons. They snapped me. This is gold. I like want to snap back. My hand's so good, and these first two locations are good for me. I'm gonna do it. That's a good analogy because the tier 3 sub-channel is like the back room of the strip club. I think I want to do this to keep them locked out of Castle Blackstone, huh? Try and keep my power. Got him. Thanks for the snap, bud. Now I just do this, right? Man, chicken, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Galactus gamer. Lovely. I don't think there's any way they beat us on the left or the right here.
Victory.
Has there ever stopped you in public speaking of parasocial relationships? Outside of like when I would do Magic tournaments and game conventions once or twice. But you got to remember, chat, I'm like the top fraction of a percent here on Twitch in terms of like audience and viewer count. But like that still puts me in a very small minority. It's still like D tier internet celebrity status at absolute best, right? I think I'm still goosing. I think I'm still goosing. I don't know that I would consider Hassan a D tier, like myself. Hassan has wide success on YouTube, and it's important to remember that YouTube as a platform is significantly more popular than Twitch. Okay, and then we'll storm them over here.
Wind, aid my hand.
I probably should have stepped back here sooner.
Snap.
think I have to move the Cerebro. I have to move the Nightcrawler over, and then there's a question of, do I want a Blue Marvel or do I want a Cerebro? The problem if I Blue Marvel is I'm not sure I can win here or here. Shadow King's a great top deck, right? Because now I get to do this, and then we should win the center. Because he's at HP 5. I think we won with either line here, right? If I would have played Cerebro Mystique, we would have been another +4 over here. I think this deck is pretty good at Galactus stuff, thanks to our Goose and our Storms and that. Deck I used to play Conquest last season. Yeah, I mean, Cerebro 2 is like the silent hero of basically every prison metagame. Just consistently and quietly lets you like play it well and do well. Hey, William Wilson, thanks for the tip. Cirrus, I got yours as well. As a heads up, this gives me 4 viewer decks waiting to be played after this one. We play each one for at least a half hour, typically 45 minutes or so. Meaning that I will still take probably like 2 more submissions, but if you submit something at this point, it's going to be a little bit before we get to it to give everybody a fair shake. Margaret Supporter, thanks for the 13 months. Welcome back. I appreciate how clean and simple your overlay is. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised how many people kept the super cluttered interfaces after, how many people kept the super cluttered interfaces after, we got the PC UI? Like before we had the PC UI, I think your interface had to be at least a little bit cluttered to make the mobile interface suitable, but I think they did such a good job with this that, like, less is more.
Aid my hand.
Especially since Untapped, like, gave us these clean vertical ones. I'm very, very surprised that so many people like use like the clunky. Oh, you know what? I can blow up Cyclops over here now, right?
Oh, snap.
That. Because like Cyclops is like the one thing I'm really scared of over here on the storm path. So Warhead will clean that up nicely. Do I draw cards with this, or do I just, like, play Blue Marvel and leave myself the option to rug pull them potentially next turn? It's a lot of upside, right? I also, even if I don't get the option to rug pull, filling in... Oh, I could get leeched here. Getting leeched is a good shout. Do this. Actually, I don't want to fill here. I want to sack this and then have an open space. And then this guarantees that I draw Shadow King. And then I could go Shadow King Blue Marvel on the last turn. We're still dead to She-Hulk plus a 6 cost. Am I? She-Hulk here is 10, 11, 17. And I'm going to 20. Oh yeah, I beat She-Hulk. I beat She-Hulk 6 drop. Silent Aki, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate the prime. Welcome back.
Hello, so happy.
Victory.
Why not play Nightcrawler last turn? I can't play Nightcrawler in either of these locations, gamers. One is flooded, one is self-miracle. I just want to play Echo out to try and grab a priority. So... Mojo World being here, I think means I want to goose the right, because they're incentivized to play cards into here, and they'll only be able to play little things here. I think I stay for their snap. So... I mean, the other order, the Kyaria died yet. Their She-Hulk costs, yeah, more than Giga.
Victory.
My hand wasn't very strong, but theirs was worse. Our disruption was good. The worst betting spotlight this week on Kyaria. I mean, I expect Kyaria to be the most played card, most playable card that releases this month. but it's also a matter of, do you think you'll enjoy the decks that Kyria goes into? This location is significantly better for them than it is for us. The other cards this week are also pretty good. Yeah, but if you're someone that's been playing a lot of Snap, there's a good chance you already have the other cards that are releasing this week, right? Yeah, the Magic's not bad for us because we're drawing a bunch of cards here, which gives us a decent shot to find Storm.
Opponent snapped.
Do I have to leave here? Let's stay. Run a little bit. Let's potentially spew. Cyclops is great for us. I don't think their deck is capable of winning the game without Limbo. I think I just play around Leech here and step them back.
Snap.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yep. Fuck this guy in particular, chat. Is it just this? I think it's just this. I think if you like playing She-Hulk decks, Kyria is a very good pickup. Speaking of very good, this set of games so far has just been a clinic, and why Cerebro 2 is a reasonable deck. This deck isn't as flashy or as, like, doesn't generate blowouts like Cerebro 3 does. It doesn't have the easy win tech cards. But man, does it, like, Cerebro 2 is just so good at making sure you have your competitive into basically every matchup. It's very satisfying. Alright, let's see if we can run down our first infinite ticket of the season, huh? I think Cerebro 2 is viable without Echo. Yeah, I think so. I think you sub Iceman or Scorpion if you're missing Echo. Nico Badaru, I would say, is the most important high series card in this deck. She adds a lot of consistency and utility. I think of Cerebro 2 as the ultimate control deck. See, I think, and this is a concept that doesn't fully exist in Marvel Snap like it does in other games, but these Echo Goose Storm decks, I think they're the closest thing Marvel Snap has to tempo decks. They're decks that get stats on the board early and proactively disrupt what the opponent is doing. So coming from other card game backgrounds, I think considering them tempo is where I would rank them or rate them or consider them or whatever you want to call it. Zabu here, huh? That'll do, pig. That'll do. I'm actually just gonna storm them off the raft here, because the raft is useless to us, and these other locations are fine for us. Tempo decks are different from mid-range ones. Yeah, so mid-range decks is also a concept that's like kind of fuzzy in Marvel Snap coming from other card games, but mid-range decks tend to play like good reactive disruption, things like Shang-Chi and Killmonger and stuff like that. Whereas tempo is this like proactive disruption, is the kind of the difference between the two. In my mind at least. Again, like these aren't like super clear terms. There's some subjectivity there, and not everything fits the exact mold I'm describing. Gerthal, I got your deck submission, by the way. Thanks for that. I think I've got space for one more deck submission. But again, please keep in mind that we're going to be waiting a little bit because I have 5 others queued up and everything gets played for 45 minutes or so. So happy to let you submit one, but just be aware that you're going to be waiting for a moment. Super on 3 for efficiency angle. It's our turn to fail. That's fine. This is gonna hit Brood, and then we're gonna be a Cerebro 6 deck. It's gonna be sick.
Wind, aid my hand.
Doom rules all.
Will all decks be played in Conquest? Yeah, probably everything in Conquest. Conquest tends to be a little bit easier than playing in the high MMR ladder.
Opponent snap.
And most viewer decks are a little bit rough around the edges, so I'd rather they get a little bit easier matchups. In fact, this one I'm playing in Gold Conquest. A lot of the viewer decks I'll even be playing inside of Proving Grounds in Silver. If I take something into Gold today, it's because I think the deck is pretty reasonable. Just super awkward with the Central Park. They don't really have a ton of things that they can just throw away into a warhead, so I'm just gonna go ahead and play her, right?
Wind, aid my hand.
Not having a 1-drop that was playable on 1, preventing us from having priority this set was rough. I guess we do this and hope to peel Cerebro next turn. Looks in our deck though. Brood is mandatory in this deck, yes. Does this beat Doctor Doom? They'd go to 12. I'm going to... +6 is 11, and then another +4, because I'm copying Blue Marvel. I think I can stay here, huh? Could also be Eliath. We're beating Eliath, right? If they Eliath here, they can't move Jeff because of Fisk Tower. And then I'm going to 11 here, and I'm already at 5 here. Honestly, I think I should Boomer Step them. I'm beating Eliath and Doctor Doom. What else do they have? Because remember, they can't play anything big in the center. Like, what's the other stat stick that they have? Iron Lad plus something else?
Snap. Victory.
Yeah, they could Iron Lad into Eliath. Would not have been brave enough to step there. Thankfully, my mama didn't raise no coward. Can I win a priority coin flip here for Echo? And we can see that we lost our priority coin flip because their name is highlighted in gold. I'm still going to play the Echo out. If I won priority there, I would have echoed the left.
Oh, snap.
That snapped him here, I think. I think Bar's good for us, and I have Goose in the center. You ready for rocks? I don't know that I need to even draw more cards to win this game, chat. Opponent's been snapping and retreating very well. The Absorbing Man in their deck is a weird inclusion. Nah, it's a pretty stock card in the archetype. I think I snap now, right? I'm gonna like storm here into Mr. Sinister Goose.
Oh, snap.
I don't think I want the chance to have two flooded locations. I think that's bad for me since I brewed to the left. They just can't ever stay here, right? So one of these unknown cards must be Master Mold. Could be Maximus, although Maximus seems unlikely in their Darkhawk deck. Ooh, Mystique is one of the unknowns. Seems very likely in their Ravonna deck, huh? Are they debating staying in here? What card do they have? I'm going up to 12 on the right. Wow. Yeah, they have like Mystique Master Mold. They just wanted to make their play. Even without the Echo, they lose this, right? I guess they just didn't want to be 3-9.
Victory.
Yes, that's the other thing too. So like, one of the many reasons why this deck has been the best Cerebro deck for basically eternity. I don't think this deck has ever not been the best Cerebro deck. The ability to blue Marvel plus Mystique alongside your other disruptive elements lets you win lots of games like this one where Cerebro's in your bottom 3 to 4 cards. You can realistically, it also gives you resiliency in games where location variance gets you, right? So like you can win Monster Isle games or Murray Isle games where you can't Cerebro because you just blew Marvel Mystique to pump things up. I don't know that Cerebro 5 was actually better than this. Maybe for the brief window where Eliath was 5 power. I think Cerebro 3 is one of the best, most clear examples in Marvel Snap of there being a psychological bias in favor of tech cards. Cards like Shang-Chi, Killmonger, Shadow King, Valkyrie, things that create big swings and blow your opponent out, create memorable, dopamine-filled games that make people feel better about those cards than they actually are in practice. All right, gamers, looks like it's about that time. We're going to move on to our next viewer deck submission here. Shout out to Duck Doolittle for letting me play my absolute favorite thing here. We're going to take a 2-minute ad break before we do that. I'm going to run to the restroom while that happens, subs. We'll see you in 120 seconds with another viewer submission. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere today. YouTube gamers, tap the like button. Over 300 of you with only 100 button pressers. Let's pump those numbers up, huh? I love this deck. I was running the classic Iceman's and Echo. Yeah, Iceman's my recommendation if you're missing Echo. Echo is definitely ideal if you have access to her, but Iceman is the ideal substitution if you don't. Just infinite ticket in the bank. Great. Ooh, we've got some classic Hawk bounce here as our next viewer pile. Some wolf pup at the top end. play this one in gold. Oh, I started improving out of this one. I haven't played this deck in a little bit. Might be in a rough spot.
Opponent snapped.
Shop exclusive bundle. The Shuri bundle is good value if you are spending money on Marvel Snap. So the TLDR for spending money on Marvel Snap and bundles is if a bundle gives you more gold than you get for buying gold at $100 a pop, it's good value. And that one gives you more gold than others. Oh, there's another web shop exclusive bundle. Okay. I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to look at it. I think I'm doing this, and then we're playing Werewolf into Beast over here. Actually, maybe it's Beast on 4 into Werewolf plus things on 5. Yeah, I think that's the play. I'm punished for doing this proactively. It's unfortunate I can't pick everything up here now. Or location and matchup variance here, hand getting filled by Maximus. Is it just Wolf? I don't know. Maybe I'm just supposed to Wolf.
Escaped.
What's funny, sad, is if I would have played Werewolf here and Hood here, we actually would have been in an incredible spot. Yeah, someone's saying there's a different non-Shuri bundle in the shop. Let's pull it up and look. They do bundles that are only in the Marvel Snap shop periodically. But I already bought both of these. I already have both of these variants. It's fucking rude. Whale problems. But yeah, this is 2,000 gold for $15. So I will buy that easily. Why doesn't my proceed to checkout button work, chat? Am I dumb? What's not working here? Why won't it let me buy? I have to enter a zip code. It's a very poor interface. It should tell me why the proceed to checkout button is grayed out. Make how to spend money as clear as possible. Been successful. Yep. Enjoy, Brood.
Oh, snap.
Solid. One drop, one drop, one drop. Beast the ball back opener here. I think both post-nerf Werewolf and soon-to-be post-nerf Annihilus are both very good and reasonable Marvel stack cards. Alright, the more I play with 4 Energy Wolf, the more I'm like, yeah, this card's still solid. God, Dark Dimension is so bad for our deck. I think I have to take this gamble because I don't want the wolf to end here.
Opponent snapped.
Nortillas, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Clear for takeoff.
Is that a blob? Could be. Also be a Taskmaster. Blob's another reason this archetype fell off the face of the earth. Lockdown. Lockdown's not a stellar matchup, but Blob didn't do it any favors. Shadow King left. Why? We have priority. I think we're still doing it because it's the best way to make numbers, but probably just dead here. We'll see if we get some other non-blob matchups, but this is just, again, one of the many decks that's been power crept out of the format by addition of blob to the game. You just have to accept if you're going to play this deck that you're going to be 0% into blob decks.
Opponent snapped.
Call Dog, thanks for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think at this point, I would like to Beast by Rock Slide. Opponent is unhappy with the state of the rocks.
Snap.
These ones always make me chuckle extra, because the fact that they're sweating means that they snapped me back on turn 2, thinking their hand was good, not because we're playing the Proving Grounds. It's always the people playing the most toxic piece of shit decks that sweat in these situations. Without fail. What's the most toxic thing you could be playing? All right, that's what we're doing.
Victory.
Are we done here, or are we gonna play 2 to 10? All right, we're done. God bless us, everyone. They heard us. Quite possibly. I'd like the record to reflect. I did not just call my opponent a piece of shit. I said their deck was a toxic piece of shit, and there's a difference. The only way you can take me being critical of your deck personally is if your deck is your entire personality, in which case that's an indictment of you. Your deck should not be your entire personality. All right, what pixel variant do we got today, gamers? Ladies, if you know it's coming and it still hurts every time. Hey, by the way, Twitch drops this month on the 23rd through the 30th are a premium mystery variant, so we're guaranteed no pixels this time around. Can my deck be my entire personality if it's bounce? I'll allow it.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
You know, do not claim button for when we get a pixel variant, lol. This is actually a matchup I'm interested to see play out. Because I feel like there's a good chance that this deck is power crept a little by the Black Knight decks as well. I'm curious to see if it feels like we can keep up here. I need to get rid of Mindscape. The location is better for them than us. And Darkhawk should win this single-handedly, right? I think Black Knight decks are healthy and honest. No, Black Knight decks are objectively combo decks. I would not be surprised if Black Knight lost, I would not be surprised if Black Knight lost his, one of his forms of protection. I don't think they'll get rid of both, but I think Can't Be Destroyed and Can't Be Shadow King is probably a little much. All right, so this takes my wolf up +6, which puts him to 14, which means he takes the Monster Metropolis bonus. And then I'm putting 3 more rocks in my opponent's deck up to 8, which lets this get massive. And I'm having 9 in the middle here as well. All right, good to go. Honestly, I think this is probably an example of
Victory.
I don't know that the Black Knight deck's problematic. I think maybe you should be able to interact with this on one of the 2 axes as opposed to neither. But the numbers this puts out is easier for a deck making big numbers to keep up with, right? Like even without the Citadel here, this Hawk is 19 and my Wolf is 14, right? Like competing with 12 to 20 is very different than competing with 30 to 50. I feel like if the numbers your deck is producing are consistently smaller than Shuri my Red Skull, it's probably not problematic, but I also don't know that we have enough data to really say one way or another. Yeah, and that's exactly right too. The Black Knight takes work to set it up, right? Like it's effectively a 3-card combo as well. I think from a pure gameplay interactivity perspective, it would be nice if you could hit it with Shadow King or Shang, one of the 2, especially with Shang getting hit by Kyeria recently. But I also don't know that it's problematic as is. Think you'll ever get bored of Snap? Who knows? I played Magic for 2 decades though, so Snap keeps up their design even half as well as they have been. We're probably good for a while. That's actually an interesting thought. You could make the blade vulnerable to Shadow King, but give it base power, because it assigns itself power. So if you gave it base power, so it's all substats post Shadow King. I don't know, that's probably a little too convoluted. Arcado, thank you for the deck submission, by the way. I think that's going to close up our submissions for the day tentatively. Appreciate everybody that sent things in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things waiting to be played after this one. You think this cues the infinite final boss, maybe? Yeah, sometimes, that's one of the reasons why I do a lot of proving grounds early in the season, too. Silver and gold can be a little slow, but sure, this season. Yes, this is silver. Could Kyaria work in this deck for Rock Slide? Why on God's green earth would this deck need Kyaria? Are you aware that Kyaria does not protect either of these cards? There's been a big literacy problem with that overall, so perhaps you are unaware that Kyaria does not protect these cards. This is a very, very good opener for us. Shuri's Lab is obviously crazy for this deck. Is this good? If so, why? Please explain. Bounce here, bounce here, bounce here, bounce here, bounce here. Holy gamers. This is double-digit Nico here. So anyways, I started bouncing. Yep. I thought they nerfed Wolf. This. A little bit short here. I think I lose the Mojo World tiebreaker, right? So can still do. Rip. Yeah, I couldn't compete for Mojo World. Yeah, I was supposed to set up. I'm probably just supposed to set up to beat Infinite left and then put the rest of my power right, huh? Instead of counting on Wolf because of the Rashang deck. This is why someone suggested Kyaria earlier, right? So we can protect our Wolf.
Snap.
The Shadow King win right with the Hawk. Yeah, I think so. Does it? No, the Hawk was... Shadow King would have been -5 over there. Yeah, maybe it was. They would have been 17. Yeah, I think you're right. The Shadow King left is a good call. Or Shadow King right. Shadow King right plus Hawk right and the Wolf right.
Victory.
Would Kyaria protect the Wolf? Isn't it 1 in 6 cost cards? That's the joke.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Opponent's taking this very seriously, Chad. I'm just snapping on one because it's Silver Conquest. Arnek loves the Ambi chat. Tagging Ghost Rider with Ham is big game. Arnek also kind of loves the raft. Nico or Kyeria? Nico not close. I think you could replace Kyeria with other cards in most decks and still be pretty close. Decks that want to play Nico can't function without Nico. I'd also like the record to reflect that I'm biased in this opinion because Nico is my favorite card in Marvel Snap, but she's really fucking good, chat. I think Nico is easily the sweetest Marvel Snap card to have released last month, or last year. Would I rather flip Wolf around the board or would I rather trigger the raft? It's kind of close. I think I'd rather trigger the raft. Can I do both? I can't really do both. Oh my god, I can do both. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Nico is speaking of Nico and not being replaceable, chat. She's fucking cracked. Holy. God damn it, Raph. Fuck you. This one the game. This puts my Darkhawk to 9 cards in their deck, which is 18. There's a good chance to win the game here. It could also just be right to go like Hawk. I don't know. I think we're winning most combinations of the game, and they're like assuming that our Infinaut's a real card.
Snap.
Even if this deck's power crept a bit by Blob, I'm glad we're playing it today. It's so fun to play.
Snapped.
Ooh. Please pork a She-Hulk. Please pork a She-Hulk. Please pork a She-Hulk. Better than porking an Infinite, gamers. Better than porking an Infinite. That was not the beast I wanted for Christmas. Draw Shadow King on the last turn now. What the fuck is in their hand? What is in their hand?
Victory.
I need to know. Chat, what is in their hand? Is it just all sixes and they needed to play to every location? It must just be like all sixes, right? And they felt like they wanted to add points here and here. Their hand could be rocks. Yeah, that's true. It could be rocks. We did put some of those in their deck. Wild. We take those. It's so hard to evaluate the position that your opponent is put in by these cards for that reason. Can we say like Ghost Rider too? Yeah, rocks and Ghost Rider. Wild. All right, let's get one more proving grounds in with this, and then we'll slide on to our next viewer submission, huh? Gold ticket's not bad. Pup's still got legs when you don't run into Blob. Yeah, I think that makes sense, Ray. I think subbing Rock Slide for Black Widow because of her new cost is very reasonable. What would you sub for Nico in this deck? Hawkeye. One of the really subtle things that Nico does among the many things that she does is there's a lot of games where Nico adds a lot of power to the board for you between her demons and her +2s and her double my power mode. Forge could also be a reasonable answer.
Opponent snapped.
Is Kairia a sensible purchase for 6,000 tokens? I think if you like playing She-Hulk decks, Kairia is a very reasonable pickup. I would expect Kairia to be a format staple. Rewarded for playing Iceman on 1 gamers. I'm gonna decline Hotel Infernoing them because I'm an Archon deck. Beast? Beast? So I'm gonna shrink my demon here, but I'm gonna like pump these up, right? Which is like super worth it. This is a huge net positive, right? One of your finest beasts, please. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded, etc., etc. And if they have priority here, we'll get to pick their hood up as well. Actually, will we? I'll have a demon in my hand, and then I'll pick these two up. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably some light. It's gonna suck a little bit that they get to put Ninja over here, but... Okay. Okay, and now... my friendo gets to play exactly one card here, right? Odin loses the game. They can't Galactus me anywhere. Chat, if they Odin left, I'm literally just winning the game by doing nothing. They could Annie. Yeah, Annie's possible. It's just this, right? The wolf ends here then. Reading Blob. I think this is like Annie plus something else. Oh, it's Annie plus Jeff, right? Because Jeff's the only second card they can play. Demon plus Jeff, sure.
Victory.
Chat, that was a proving ground stay. They knew they were dead. They didn't break Tenet anyway, that's true. Alright, gamers, it's about that time. We're gonna hit a 2-minute ad break. When I get back, we're gonna roll on to our next viewer submitted deck. Thanks for checking it out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, there are almost 400 of you, but only 158 of you have found the like button. Let's pump those rookie numbers up, huh? He's got an in-app notification for the roadmap. All right, sweet. I'm going to publish that video on YouTube and we'll watch it together live here on stream now. We'll do that. We'll do that before we start our next viewer submission, huh? I was late going live this morning because we got some news late and we were going to have something, so. It's a good roadmap, chat. It's a good roadmap. Said spoilers this time. This is your fair warning if you spoil the roadmap before my video goes here. You're gonna get a nice long break. New year. All right, where do we want to put me? Share desktop. That one. That looks perfect. That looks perfect. Got 20 more seconds on the ad roll, and then we'll watch this together, huh? Whiskey Jack, thank you for the entire year. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Ginzo Gaming, thank you for the third of a year. This is getting out of hand now that they're two of them. I can't be stopped. All right. Audio check. Means time for a new Marvel Snap roadmap. Today we're going to be running through features that are coming soon, which historically means in the next patch or two. Features that are in development, meaning Marvel Snap / Second Dinner have already begun working on them, but they don't have an exact timeline on when they're going to be hitting, as well as some ideas that they're still kicking around in concept, which means that they haven't fully started dev work on them, but they want feedback on if these are something that you think is worthwhile. Let's go ahead and dive on into all of the details now. To kick things off with the coming soon feature, we can expect improvements to albums in the short term. Albums were a feature that was introduced at the end of last year that allow you to collect specific sets of variants to get extra in-game rewards. These rewards included other cosmetics like variants and emotes and card backs, but they also include in-game resources to help you progress your account, like collector's tokens and even spotlight keys. They're going to be actively improving albums with making them various sizes, giving you more ways to collect emotes. They also have a concept of parent albums, which will give you bigger rewards if you complete multiple smaller albums. For example, Dan Hip is an artist that has lots of variants in the game, so there will be multiple Dan Hip albums that give you collections of rewards, and if you complete all of the Dan Hip albums, there'll be a parent album that gives you even more. They are making a number of these adjustments based on feedback that they got when albums initially released, so as always, if you have thoughts or feelings on these ideas, make sure you keep sending them along to Second Dinner so they can keep iterating on this concept. Our next coming soon feature is one that players such as myself been clamoring for since the game was in beta, as Second Dinner comments on here, and that is selectable card effects and borders. What this means is even if you upgrade a card all the way through the Infinity Split version of it, you'll be able to pick those earlier border types that fit your aesthetic taste. For example, a card that has a red nameplate often looks good with that red ultra border, and players want to pick those cosmetics to match. I personally absolutely love having the gold border on my cards that have that gold split background on them, and currently I just have to leave them there, never splitting that variant again in order to maintain that effect. Now I'll be able to upgrade them through and through as much as I want while still continuing to have that base version. This is definitely a feature that I am looking forward to, and I'm glad to see it in the coming soon category. Second Dinner goes on to note that these customizable borders are going to be a two-part implementation as well. In the in-development section, they have a new collectible border that will be a new cosmetic type that will allow you to customize your cards to be even fancier than before. Up next in our coming soon, we have in-game events. Second Dinner notes they look to keep the game fresh every week, so this year they're going to be introducing these in-game events. Over the year, they'll gradually add new and varying types of events, but the first one they're tentatively calling leagues, which look to be a competitively slanted event. When a league event is active, you'll be matched up against a small number of other players near your skill and collection level, and then during the event, you'll compete to see who can earn the most cubes to earn some awesome rewards. Will you have what it takes to win your league? I'm going to be interested to see how this gets implemented exactly. Is this going to be like another queue that you have to queue up into that's separate from the ladder and conquest? If the player pool is small in there, how small is small? Will they be open all day with potentially long queue times? It feels like there's a couple different ways this could go. At the very least, this does mean that there will be another place to get free in-game rewards for, which can only improve the economy further for players of all collection types. Our next coming soon has a lot going on. Character mastery. And this one sounds sweet because I think it does a good job of leaning into something that Marvel Snap does really well, and that's making players feel invested in their collection, specifically in cards that they love, that they've upgraded and split and customized a ton. What Character Mastery is going to do is allow you to kind of show off which cards you're the most invested in. Whether you're splitting your Venom for the 157th time, or you're picking up your 10th Jeff the Baby Landshark variant, all of these ways that you interact with specific cards are going to give you more mastery for that character, will let you unlock new splits and exclusive rewards. Eventually, when you get your character mastery high enough, there will be new reaction emojis that will be collectible as well, like we see here for Goose and Wolverine. And I actually really love the concept of this. As someone who's kind of hit or miss on the regular emotes in Marvel Snap, I really like these specific emotes that we have that lets you react to cards or locations. They tend to feel more neutral or fun than emoting directly at my opponent because you're directing at a piece on the board. And I think having these for specific characters is a really fun and novel thing to be adding, and a great thing to add for this character mastery. I wonder if we're going to see a set of emotes like this potentially for every character in the game as you unlock mastery for them, or if it'll only be certain ones to start. I'm interested to see what that detail looks like. It says, in the current design, every few levels of character mastery gains you and unlock a mastery milestone. Each character has unique mastery milestones for you to complete. Imagine reaching Deadpool Mastery 10 and unlocking a challenge to have your Deadpool be over 100 power in a match. Oh, so this is interesting. So the character mastery isn't just going to be splits and cosmetic related. It's also going to be doing specific things with the card. Completing a mastery milestone will earn new rewards for that character, including new split unlocks, collectible border, or currencies to help you increase your collection level. So it seems like they're adding a number of ways to gain additional free resources in the game, which is sweet in addition to the other things that these features are bringing. From things that are coming soon to things that are in development, we have a list of game features that are actively being developed, iterated, and improved upon, but probably aren't going to be landing in the short term in the next few patch cycles. These features that are currently in development include the first iteration of clans, i.e. social features, collectible borders, booster vats, more event types, and an in-game graveyard. Praise be! I need to be able to see which cards have been destroyed or discarded without depending on a third-party tool like Untapped. Second dinner, please prioritize that one. What is Clans 1.0? They've heard requests for more social experience in Snap, and they've been prototyping the first version of Clans. This feature will enable you to join or create clans, which will allow you to work together with other people in your group to complete missions and earn collective points to accumulate rewards for all members. More free stuff! Praise Brode, it's the more free stuff roadmap. Everybody cheer! We like free stuff. Speaking of everybody cheer, our next in development feature here, booster vats. Do you dream of picking a character to get boosters after a match? Yes. Yes, I do, second dinner. Booster vats are a feature geared towards targeted booster acquisition of characters of your choosing. The vats are going to come in sizes from small to Hulk size, which award more and more boosters as the vat gets larger. Pick a vat size you want to use, pick a character you want to target, and complete an objective to crack the booster vat and collect your boosters. Objective is kind of vague. Is that going to be like a mission style, complete a specific type of thing in the game? That'll remain to be seen, but either way, a way to specifically target boosters onto certain cards is sweet. That's something myself and many others have been asking for, and it will go hand in hand nicely with the character mastery features that were in the coming soon section, so you can help prioritize getting boosters on cards you want to work on more mastery for. Finally, we close out on some things the secondary team has in concept. These are things that they're like kicking around from a theory perspective, but no actual development or engineering resources have been dedicated to them yet. These are the ones that I think are some of the most important that myself and others can give feedback on in the community, because they haven't really been molded in any solid form yet, and they're flexible based on what Second Dinner hears people wanting. Some future concepts they're currently thinking about are new game modes, new game boards, clan competitions, ultimate variant evolutions, and new card mechanics. I think new game mode is the one that excites me the most. I personally would really love a 2v2 game mode in Marvel Snap. Maybe you could do something with 5 locations where each player plays to 2 on their side and both players on the team can play to 1 in the middle. There's lots of different ways you could do it, but I think a social focused game mode where I can team up and play with a friend would be a great way to keep myself and others engaged in Marvel Snap, having fun for the future. New game boards are another that I would be really excited for. I think they're a cosmetic that they could easily monetize or have bigger rewards that you could chase towards. I also think new game boards are a way that they could reutilize and recycle some of the phenomenal menu music we've had season to season that's just disappeared out of the client when a new one starts. You could, in theory, tie a new game board to each season and tie that seasonal track to it, so that way we can hear a variety of Marvel Snap's awesome tunes while we're playing the game, and those old musics don't just go to the graveyard once they're done for the month. Finally, clan competitions could be one of the many ways that they encourage engagement and interaction inside of clans. This is something that's probably going to change once they see how the initial clan rollout is received and how active players are in it. But I have to imagine this would involve pitting clans head to head against each other for other more free stuff. Finally, we've got Ultimate Variant Evolution, which desperately need upgrades. These things cost 5,000 collector's tokens, and they really don't have anything that fancy other than the artwork being good, but there's so much good artwork in Marvel Snap, it's hard for a lot of players to justify spending tokens on something that doesn't really have a big upscale. I think new sound effects or border effects or any variety of things would be good improvements to the Ultimate variants in the token shop. To give some closing thoughts on this 2024 roadmap for Marvel Snap, I think there's a lot of things in here that sound like they're going to be giving players extra in-game stuff for playing the game, which is good. One of the things players always clamor for is more ways to earn free rewards. I also think a number of the features they're developing are leaning into a lot of Marvel Snap strengths, i.e. the card customization and cosmetics that are unique in everybody's collection. Character mastery specifically seems like it's a pretty well-designed system to encourage players to love and care about specific characters and cards that they've upgraded a ton, even more than they already do now. I would love to hear your feedback on everything in this roadmap down in the... Alright gamers, as always, if you enjoyed watching the YouTube video live, you can mute the tab, but give it a watch and a thumbs up on YouTube side as well. If you missed any of that or came in late, Hoaglandia Snap channel has that up on it. I think there's a lot of good stuff to like in there. I honestly wasn't expecting another system to allow you to target boosters, and I'm pleasantly surprised to see that. Where are we at? I want to get my game audio back on and jump on into our next viewer submitted pile of cards, huh? I'm very pleased with the thumbnail on that video too. Turned out very well. Right. Another Wolf Brew with some Zabu. We got some Velk and Jade and Annihilus stuff at the top end. Let's see how this one goes, huh? Didn't get a chance to share my 24th anniversary over the holiday. Happy New Year, Jeff, and thanks for all the entertainment. Thanks for the over 2 years, Brano. It's been great to have so many of the long-time Oaklandians along as we transitioned into snapping. I think booster events will cost money. Hard to know. I assume they'll be monetized to some degree, but I also would expect you to at least get some of them for free. But it's also, they have to kind of sparingly monetize booster vets because you can already pay gold for boosters directly, right? So it feels like if they're gonna sell booster vats, it has to be at a much better rate than just paying gold for the booster directly if it's gonna make you do stuff. So I have to imagine it's gonna be a mostly free feature. Be would be my expectation. They could put them in collector's reserves over boosters. That would actually be great. That would actually be fucking stellar. I would love that.
Snap.
That sounds phenomenal. Or they're not in reserves, off the track. Cut the reserves on the track and make a booster vats of some size. They can make them a Conquest reward? Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. Untapped, yep, sorry. I pulled that during the thing because it was taking up space. Oh, am I gonna need to restart my application to get it to appear? Nope, we're good. God, Untapped is such good software, chap.
Behold my mighty hand.
Rip goose. We're coming in late and wondering what the heck is a booster vat. Take a couple of minutes to check out the roadmap update. It's on the YouTube channel. That was not the Annihilus I wanted for Christmas. I wonder if the Falcon in this deck should be Beast, so that way we have another way to get rid of the Void. Because beasting this back to hand would be nice. I think we're just dead here, unfortunately.
Escaped. Oh, snap.
This is certainly better for us than them. And then next turn, we sentry here, and then we finish on Valk here. I think we're still winning even with the Destroyer, chat. Yeah, I'm just not gonna play it, gamers.
Behold my mighty hand. Victory.
It's a very close game.
Snap.
Yes.
Breaking news.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
We can stop getting diffed by RNG effects. That would be great. I'd never seen a Galactus before today, and now I've run into it in like 4 decks. How long have you been playing for, Nogel? Did you like maybe just like clip it past a certain collection level? I just joined in November and I cleared 4K today. Yeah, you probably hit some kind of matchmaking threshold. All right, so I'm definitely doing this. Where do I want the wolf to end up at? Not this, maybe? Do this. Yeah, we're good here, right? Why couldn't Enchantress their blue marble? Maybe, I don't know. Giving them the hood seems pretty good, right? Almost got the triple.
Victory. Oh, snap.
This style of deck is definitely waiting for Beta Ray Bill at the end of the month. People are complaining about the Annihilus nerf because in their brains, anytime a card is nerfed, it's automatically unplayable.
Face the might of
It's not logical or reasonable, it's just how their brains work. Lovely draw. Second dinner literally said in the leaked justification about the upcoming Annihilus nerf on the 9th that it's literally been one of the top performing cards in the game for a long time now. We can give them Mjolnir. We can give them Mjolnir. At least this patch we can give them Mjolnir. Soon we won't be able to.
Mjolnir to me. Victory.
We pretty thoroughly bullied them, huh? Not bad. Some delicious casserole. Never seen you play Thanos. Do you not like it? Or they were generally speaking not a best deck stream full Cooley. I think there are way more Marvel Snap streams that play mostly best decks than there are bigger Marvel Snap streams that focus on off-meta stuff. I'd rather just be the latter.
Oh, snap.
What character is my avatar? That is Havoc. What a good boy. What a good boy. Oh! I want to go out on a limb and suggest we're not playing,
Think about it.
we're not playing Annihilus this game.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Which card have you split the most? I don't actually know the answer to that question. There's cards that I have more boosters for than others. But the cards I have more boosters for aren't necessarily... The cards I have more boosters for aren't necessarily, Yeah, Valk was a good pickup here. Aren't necessarily the ones I've split the most. Demon mid. If I demon mid, then my wolf doesn't jump twice, right? They only have 3 cards in their deck. I might beat a blob here. I'm already winning the middle by a lot, chat. Because of their red skull plus my Mjolnir. Might as well play for all 3 just in case something crazy happens in the bar with no name. Taskmaster! What a wee little baby, chat! He's so little! Look at him! He's so cute! Wakanda! You think you're safe? Mm-mm. That's exactly it, Kyle. It is 100% exactly the case. Changes like the upcoming Annie change really let you kind of peel back and see who understands what makes a card good and who's just going to be like, they downgraded the power, this card's now bad. I think all the people talking about the power downgrade being super meaningful just don't get it. Snap on the Taskmaster pork. Mindscape's also not great for them. Oh, you know what? I should play the wolf here, so that way if I draw sentry, I have to sentry middle. It's a pretty big mistake here. 1 in 4 to be punished by it. Marvel. Dexter was playing something close to what the opponent is playing right now on stream last night. Working them again doesn't do anything. Do I want to play Hood on the right? I might, actually. Could be useful next turn. I guess that's gonna put me down to... No, I'm giving them the demon if I do that. Yeah, Cap, we're good. We're good. I figured it out. Alright, we need to remember for the end of this turn that I played a ham on the left, which is going to pull the dog over there. Blob's only 8 power, chat. What did I give them? What did I pass them? I gave them a Valk and an Annie. They have priority though, right? Which means we're beating the Valk. They can like Hood Annie me on the left, which is a 10-point swing, and I'm only going to 11 there. Yeah, I think there's a chance they Hood Valk middle and then Sentry beats them. They could also Annie Hood left, though. Oh, I should just play She-Hulk here. It's better for tiebreakers. I would put my undo all action buttons if I had one. Get punished on whatever this is.
Victory.
Felt reasonably cohesive. Picking up what it's putting down.
Snap.
10-2, high stakes round start now. Have a Falcon, I'm a giver. Yeah, if they only play one card this turn, the Falcon prevents them from drawing next turn. Falk! Gonna commit to playing in an auto reveal card next turn.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Thanks, Ender. This throws priority though, which I guess is worse if I draw Velk. Just Jane. Can't beat Taskmaster, right? Yeah, playing the Thor is probably wrong. I agree with that. Velk.
Yes.
Jane Demon won the left. Yeah, if I Jane Demon left though, the wolf stays center and I lose center. I have to play on reveal here. If I would have played demon here, it's only plus 26, right? So it's only get to 56. That's fine. We have 4 more shots to take their last 2 cubes. Sure, he does work in our lab. Who knew? Who knew? Alright, we have Valk this time, gamers. I believe. I believe. D Philly with the 92-month resubscription. One of Hooglandia's OGs. It's been a hot minute since we were driving around the country to play. Star City opens. Hope life's treating you all right.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
$92 is 4 months short of 8 years. 4 months short of 8 years. Math and stuff. The 2024 election of the USA is a presidential election year. I still have the 63 card Kiki card with 12 card sideboards saved on my phone. God bless. This is just Tempo Enchantress.
Enchantress.
I didn't realize Twitch was around 8 years ago. That was before the internet existed. I think with Valk it mostly doesn't matter what we do here. Right. We do this, Valk ends up at 8, this ends up at 5, that's 13, and they're only at 9. No, I need Mjolnir in the center, because they're at 9 and Valk's only gonna be 8.
Mjolnir, to me.
Valk gets doubled from Shuri's lab after her trigger happens, and then she gets +2 for Red Skull.
Victory.
Fury into Scar together all on the last turn of the game is kind of cute. It's a neat little combo in their deck I wasn't thinking about. 23 points. Look at how hard they worked and played multiple cards to get something half as small as the average blob. What a neat deck. Alright, let's fire up a Proving Grounds with this one, and then we'll move on to our next viewer submission after an ad break, huh? Thanks everybody for chilling today. Sorry, someone had asked earlier, I was in the middle of the zone talking about best decks for climbing to infinite. My best decks video is still relevant from just after Christmas. The metagame hasn't really changed. You can always come into my chat and type !best to get my latest thoughts on best decks.
Oh, snap.
Update that on the regular every time there's a meaningful metagame shift. So we'll have another one of those shortly after the patch on the 9th once we get some data. We get a patch on Tuesday the 9th. We'll probably have our next best decks video on the 12th then. If you didn't see the leaked patch notes, the patch on the 9th is gonna justify switching things up and things. What did I pig, chat? I missed it. Like to leverage my unfair Twitch chat advantage. Please tell me. Scar. That's a good one to pig. This is the expansion that Twitter wants you to play with, chat. This is the only expansion that will make Twitter happy. The fairest of expansions. Our hand is awkward. Guess we'll do this and this.
Enchantress.
Playing the Sentry this turn just like gives them the heads up to know they should fill the right. I can still only play a singular card. Feels bad, man. Rip. What a close game of Marvel Snap.
Victory.
Eked it out there. I think I understand using Wasp in a Moon Girl deck, but you could split it like I'm 5, so I'm sure. Yeah, it just lets you manage your hand size, Freeman. Because a lot of the time, you want a Moon Girl, but you don't want to, like, miss your draw step. And Moon Girl always copies your hand from left to right, so being able to, like, play out a Wasp can help you dictate which cards you're copying to make you more likely to copy cards you actually care about. Speaking of things you actually care about, chat, it's certainly not these adverts, but you can suffer through 120 seconds of them for me anyways. We'll see you in a minute. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, we're 2 likes off of 200. Can you tap the button for me? I bet you can find it. It's not that hard. I feel like people that let their ads auto roll, not only are they torpedoing their viewer experience, but they're also just missing an incredible opportunity to be witty with it. YouTube gamers were safer ads. I actually send YouTube viewers an advert as soon as I tell them to press the like button. They get it a second after Twitch does, but I send adverts on the YouTube stream too. Immigrant Subpartner, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Yeah, correct, Freeman. It does require a modicum of effort. And you gotta pay attention to stuff and also be marginally funny. I think MMR is deck-based. Like, do you find you start winning again if you start playing a new deck in the meta? No, there's nothing deck-based about the matchmaking stack overflow. Second Dinner has told us that point blank. There's an internal matchmaking rating that's based on your predicted strength as a player, based on your history playing the game. And there's some amount of collection level based matchmaking in some parts of the game. There's no collection level based matchmaking post Infinite, and there's none in Infinite Conquest either. Yeah, so for what it's worth, Spaceman, most all of the content creators that I always shout out when they happen to come by in the stream here, they're people that I watch that don't put ads over their gameplay. But I agree with you. Ads happening over the gameplay is something that happens far more frequently than it feels like it should. But at the same time, it also doesn't bother a lot of people. There's a lot of really popular streams that just like roll the ads like they don't care. So if people are used to being treated like that, more power to them, I suppose. They would change their behavior if people stopped watching them because of it. If they don't get negative reinforcement, why would they? I can play this deck almost entirely inked. I don't think I have an inked dino, right? Yeah, just gold. I've inked Moon Girl and inked Mystique and inked She-Hulk. Correct. Even cable TV does not put ads over their stuff. Could you imagine if you were watching a sporting event and they just like rolled an advert over the middle of what was going on? Second Dinner has an entire department and their only job is to push a button to screw with Redditors. The Moto America races, motorcycle racing used to do ad breaks mid-race. It's just wild. You gotta structure your stuff so you can build that into it. I guess collection level based and MMR based matchmaking can indirectly lead to some patterns that are similar for deck based matchmaking. Maybe I don't think that's true once you're outside of series 1 and 2. In Series 1 and 2, you're going to play a lot of same Z decks just because there aren't a lot of powerful cards that you can play there. Generally speaking. I haven't played with my sick Nick Fury split recently. It's so good. But I don't want to put Agent Coulson over there. I want to put him in the White Hot Room. What a bad dog. I think I do this, and then I hope to draw Quinjet or Zabu to fill here next turn. Size, large. No Sunspot in my She-Hulk deck. Also feels a little suspect, perhaps. Swap Korg for Sunspot. Well then, if you cut Korg, the odds that your Devil Dino makes Scar cheaper are much lower, right?
Opponent snapped.
Escaped.
Escaped.
This is silver, so we'll retreat. Try and get another game here. If they would have snapped me on turn 1, I'd have played it out. But yeah. Yeah, I would be... my assumption going into playing this deck is that we're gonna finish it and be like, this deck is too clunky to be playable. Only 3 cards that cost less than 3 energy. We'll give it a shake, but no, I'm not expecting Moon Girl copy Scar to ever be a relevant thing that we do. Feel free to make changes. I just want it to be a Moon Girl Devil Ladder deck. All right, we'll slot in what's it called at least. Probably just shouldn't be competing on Mojo World. Let's make a couple of changes to the curve here at least.
Escaped.
Are you locked in on Scar, or can I cut Scar? I feel like Scar is not very good in this kind of deck. Copying She-Hulk on occasion seems fine. Or Mystique. You're seeking Dino and Hawk. Mystique is very good. Let's try just that swap to start. Keep it mostly the same. Where do you submit decks? Deck submissions are closed for the day. As a heads up, if you're someone that typically gets here too late in the day to grab a submission slot, I do typically give a heads up in the subs Discord server in advance of days when I'm going to do deck submissions. But generally speaking, we fill up for the day in the first, like, 2 to 3 hours of the stream.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Moon Girl doesn't feel like she belongs with Fury and Coulson. I can see that. I don't know. I think copying She-Hulk is fine. It's possible that Coulson, Nick, and Moon Girl is too many hand generation things. Maybe we only want 2 of the 3. Panda, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. Appreciate that support. Cowboy Exquisite, thank you for the 35 months.
Clear for takeoff.
Panda Sushi, thank you for the tier 1. The roadmap does look good, I agree. But our Hawk is just a little baby, unfortunately. That's probably still enough to close things out here, huh? Think about cutting Nick for Shang to beat Blob. Yeah, playing a tech card seems fine. Tech cards are pretty good. Used to, this much.
Victory.
Moon girling She-Hulk is genuinely very good. Also won that game explicitly because we decided to put Sunspot in our deck, huh? Early dividends there. Remember correctly, you said you had a background in programming. Yeah, I used to do a bunch of open source stuff in addition to working as a automation engineer for a little bit after grad school. You look up, I think this link works. Yeah, my old GitHub page is here if you want to see the type of stuff I used to do. It's incredibly inactive since I've developed children and moved to content full-time, though. Barnacle Goose, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Shang could be okay. It could also be good just play another proactive thing, though. Like, I could see... I could be right to just, like, play armor or play... maybe Goose. Enlightenment brings me back. Yeah, actually, one of the distributions I started developing during undergrad is now one of the oldest Ubuntu forks still in existence. A couple other people picked it up and took it over. We're in that community. I'm sold on Shang. Usually I don't like these super reactive cards with Moon Girl because they kind of gum your hand up. You can send on coding boot camps. I do not. I've been out of programming for a long time now. I never did any boot camp style stuff. I'm always just like a learn by doing type thing. A Python library that generates pairings in a Swiss event. Perfect. Fun fact. I had someone reach out to me a couple of months ago, and that Python library that I wrote in a weekend in grad school actually gets used or was developed further upon in the pairing software that Pokemon TCG and VGC uses for their competitive events. No joke, after like the third or fourth time Wizards pairing software crashed during a major event I was playing in, I was like, I bet I can write this in a weekend in a way that'll be efficient and won't crash for thousands of players to pair. And sure as shit, 21-year-old Jeff did in fact write it in a weekend, and it fucking worked great. They're just like, Wizards of the Coast history with software is just like comically bad. Just unreal comically bad. If you report someone's username to second dinner as a slur, do they take action? I ran into someone whose username was just a slur with vowels replaced there. They do take action if you report a username that has slurs. Typically that action is inviting them to play in the next Conquerors tournament, but, you know, maybe it'll be different this time. Funny because it's true, it's sad because it's true, gamers.
All systems go.
What streamer did that? Atrix. Atrix literally had the N-word with a 1 for an I as their username until I drew attention to it. And was like, hey, this probably isn't fucking okay. Because it wasn't okay. I think we just do this. I have two things in the middle in case Danger Room decides to get us. Oh, I played the wrong Shang, right? This was the more expensive Shang. I should be soaking one more on Sunspot if I had played the 2 energy Shang here. I will say, moon-growing She-Hulks still feels great. Barnacle Goose, thanks for the 2/3 of the year, by the way. I think I missed a few of these dear. Apologies for that. Cowboy Exquisite, thank you for the almost 3 years. Panda Sushi, thank you for the brand new tier 1. We are playing She-Hulk without K-Area. Usually I don't like to add Series 5 cards to viewer submissions. She's probably a fine include in here, though. Yeah, Moon Girl, She-Hulk, Sunspot are like 3 cards you can mix and match in a number of different ways.
Oh, snap.
I don't know what an MSM is. Oh, Miss Marvel. Yeah, Miss Marvel's real good in this deck. It's big sad. I guess we just do this because of Adeline. The Echo Goose package and control has a Sunspot, Moon Girl, She-Hulk as in top end power. Yeah, those two flavors actually taste great together too, for what it's worth. Oh no, a Mobius gamer against my She-Hulk Zabu Quinjet deck. Rip. Mobius the Wow. Mobius actually been getting a solidly higher play rate in recent whatnots. I do this, so then I like Iron Man Mystique next turn. Seems great.
Wind, aid my hand.
Huh. Well, now I just do this, right? Gives me 20 on the left. Gives me +7 in the middle, and it guarantees Silk isn't on the left. You have enough to Mystique. Yeah, but I want to soak energy on the Sunspot, chat. I don't need more than Zabu in the middle. It could even be right just to, like, only play Iron Man and soak 5. Yeah, it might be, I don't know, they could have something random that gives them extra stats in the middle. They could technically miss Marvel and get points into here. So I think I play around that. That's probably in their output range. And I think 20 is enough here if I'm guaranteeing Silk doesn't end here. Oh, I guess I'm not guaranteeing that, huh? Because I have priority. I think Zabu is important because of this Marvel. You don't have any of the 3 in Meek or Grandmaster Week, but I don't know which one I should prioritize. I forget, honestly, which is in which of those weeks. Ooh, this is a fun update from the Snap Discord server. The undo end turn is pretty far along. End quote. Abu, what a bad kitty.
Wind, aid
Hank, we're dead at this
my
point.
hand.
Being unable to contest the flooding.
Opponent snapped.
Over.
Escaped.
Afternoon, Beardsley. That's a good one for us.
Snap.
Meek, Annie, Phoenix Force. The other is Grandmaster Loki Elsa. I think Grandmaster Loki Elsa is significantly better there. Unless you are dying to play a Nihilist Dex. I think Loki Elsa with Grandmaster is better than the others. Annie's probably, even post-nerf, Annie's probably the most individually powerful of those 6 cards. Jason, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. Opponent 100% should have played Echo to the right in the dark, by the way, because their Nebula encouraged me to play right. Mobius. If they have Mobius, there's not really anything I can do, gamers. I'm gonna do this turn, and we'll wait and see if they have a Mobius before committing to. You move Zabu to New York, does Echo disable? No. Moving a card to a location does not count as playing it there. A problem here is they're likely a Shang deck. I don't think old school Dracula can ever be competitive into decks playing Blob. So until I think that's on the laundry list of things that Blob has power crept out of the format. Their list usually doesn't run Shang. It's good to know. Shame we didn't draw Mystique as our last card. Would have been sick to go Mystique Coulson. They played Marvel for no game. They can move Marvel to the center. I'm gonna stay, because I'm kind of over trying to play my cost reduction deck against their Mobius deck. I'll let them get rewarded for bad behavior here. God, just imagine how much of a fucking trash can we would have put them in if we would have drawn Mystique. So sad. This is such a... No, it's silver, but I also don't really care. I don't think Moon Girl Devil Dino is a competitive combination of Marvel Snap cards in 2024. I think this deck... Do I still have it in my editor? Is... I don't even think I have it in my editor anymore. Yeah, I deleted it. This deck is basically a worse version of... Get it loaded up here so we can show it off. She-Hulk, Zabu, this deck. This deck is a more competitive... This deck is a more competitive version of what this deck is looking to do. You just don't have room to play a 5 energy card on curve, especially one that just makes big numbers. Like, I think this deck's super solid still, even after they changed Black Widow. And I think Miss Marvel's just a significantly better threat than... What's Moon Girl's play rate? I don't think it's that high. We play Moon Girl on this stream more than she is popular in real life. Yeah, only 2.6%. Post Infinite, yeah, it goes down even more. Is there a competitive Dino deck anymore? The Thanos decks play Devil Dinosaur, but Devil Dinosaur hasn't really been... Devil Dinosaur hasn't really been competitive. When was the last time it was competitive outside of a Thanos deck? It's been a long time. That one was dead even before it happened. Does another deck want Kyeria now? I actually think it doesn't want Kyeria. I think because they nerfed Black Widow to 3 energy, you probably still just play armor in this deck. Kyeria also notably does not protect Darkhawk, which is something that's relevant in here. But really, one of the most important... This is another reason why Devil Dinosaur and Shang-Chi are awkward, like in the list that we were playing right now, is that these Moon Girl decks kind of live and die by being able to copy their best cards. So it's important that you're able to play out cards on curve on turns. On turns 1, 2, and 3, you need to play at least 2 cards, ideally 3 cards. So that way your Moon Girl is more likely to copy the cards you really care about as they move over to the left in your hand. So if you have a bunch of clunky, expensive cards in your hand, 1, you're not going to get to copy a bunch of stuff with Moon Girl, and 2, you're not going to control which stuff you're copying even when you go. So making sure you have cards to play on curve is important in these. Blob took the Dino role in Thanos decks. That's not true. Most of the Thanos decks. All right, let's double check. Last I checked, I recall Devil Dinosaur also being in Blob Thanos. Is that still the case? Sort by popular. The one that is most popular by a wide margin here is playing Dino. Second most popular is not. Third most is not. Fourth most is. Shang is the most played card stab. By a wide margin, Shang is the most played card stab. And it gets even worse inside of Conquest chat. So it's 37% of post-Infinite games. In Infinite Conquest last season, it was 55%. Miss Marvel and Zabu. Also, all three of these pretty incredible amounts. Honestly, I think the only card on this list that it is remotely okay to have a north of 25% play rate is Jeff the Baby Land Shark. I think these big stats and cost reducers and tech cards, these should ideally be less than that. It's the most underrated slept on card in Snap, Juggernaut. Never not Juggernaut. Speaking of sleeping, chat, you can go to sleep for the next 2 minutes while these adverts roll. But wake up after that, because we're going to have another sweet viewer deck to play. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, we're creeping up towards 300 likes on that live stream. There's over 300 of you there. Can we get some button pressers? Appreciate it. Oh, we've got some Mr. Negative shenanigans here for our next one. Let's do it. Tribunal is cracked in negative. We'll see. We'll see. Do you make a Kingpin Juggernaut deck rework? What's the Kingpin change? Yeah, we'll probably play. I think new Kingpin's a very playable card. New Kingpin alongside Polaris and Spider-Man is gonna be just like a good card score. Okay, Dilla, thank you for the 5 bucks. Welcome back. Kingpin Jug won't work with priority. I don't know that that's true, actually. Hey, thanks for the over 4 years, Wigan. Appreciate you coming back again. Yeah, Magneto will still be solid with Kingpin. Feels weird that Spider-Man will literally be working with Kingpin. To be fair, he'll be good against your opponent's Spider-Mans now. People keep saying Hercules with Kingpin. Does Hercules have text that I'm not remembering? Hercules is move your stuff, right? Oh, I guess it moves your opponent's stuff too? But how is that good with Kingpin? That's not like really relevant with the new Kingpin, right? It's not. Yeah, it doesn't. The text box is what I thought it was, and it's not relevant. Polaris or Magneto pulling things into Hercules' lane. Yeah, but why not just pull them into the Kingpin's lane to start? It's just, it doesn't, it's not, you're not getting an extra bonus. And like, in theory, if you have Spider-Man or Stegron, it like gives you an extra chance to get it into the right lane when you're moving at random, I suppose, but it still seems pretty narrow.
Snap.
Grounds, let's press the button.
Opponent snapped.
Feels like Hercules is too expensive at 4 cost. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not super impactful. I don't know. He can't make Vulture worse, right? Copium. Alright, we're gonna negative on 4, and then draw Iron Man Mystique inverted, and we'll go Iron Man Mystique Living Tribunal on the last turn and win the game. Do I play Wave for stats? I might play Wave for stats. Yeah, we get an Onslaught or Mystique here are both insane. Or Ramona. We can hit Ramona too. That's fine. This honestly probably still wins, right? This is 14, 28.
Such is my judgment.
It's a lot. It's like 30 per lane. Classic. 4 cards left, win all 3. The play left bot would love this deck. We played 5 whole cards. We did play 5 whole cards. Is our opponent in shock, chat? I think they might be in shock. We sweating? Are we sweating? I just thought they stayed because it was the Proving Grounds. Oh my gosh, they stayed because they thought they were winning. Those always make me smile. I actually just shouldn't play Mr. Negative this game, right? Literally every card in my deck other than Super Scroll is made worse by Mr. Negative. I assume the entire idea behind Mr. Negative in this deck is you're just looking to cheese out. You're just looking to cheese out wins with fast Iron Men. There will be a turn 7 this game, likely. We should switch to my inked Mystique. So she fits in with Iron Man and friends. How do 2 living tribunals work? They don't do anything different. Same thing with Onslaught and Living Tribunal. It doesn't have any impact.
I am
a leech in my future. Cosmo. That's rude. It means I keep Mystique there. Need a copy Onslaught here. Super Scroll. I think that's probably wins the game, right? And 6 everywhere.
The mystery intrigues me. Victory.
Hop right on into the trash can there, opponent. 90 power game into a 60 power game. Not bad, JPG. Deck is correct, obviously. Easy, obvious correct.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, I forgot to put the Ink Mystique in. Sedge. Dash a piece of candy. Dash a piece of candy, yeah? I want to avoid drawing Mystique here. Dodge the Icebox on the Mr. Negative as well.
I am Iron Man.
YOLO.
I am Iron Man.
I'm playing sick with Cosmo over negative, yeah. Rip. You might win left. Alright. I'll go next.
Escaped.
Yeah, this Living Tribunal combo shell's been around for a second. A couple different iterations. We've played the build with Cosmo in it on stream before. Using negative purely as a way to cheese out free Iron Man and Mystique, though, is a neat angle on it. Trying to figure out what this version does that Standard doesn't. It gets free Iron Man and Mystique, which is pretty powerful.
Opponent snapped.
I'm gonna negative this turn and pass on 4. If that makes sense. We'll see. There's some cards they could play that get me in trouble for this line. This gives me a better chance to have a... See, if I would have passed last turn, my Miss Marvel would have cost me 3 instead of 4. Oh, and there are Mobius built at that. Super dead. Super dead. Super-dee duper. Honestly, I feel like the metagame from the last little bit here has really shown just how wrong everyone, myself included, was about this change on this card. He really is actually just fine. Mobius to 3.
Behold my mighty hand.
I think basically everyone over-exaggerated the amount of detrimental it was.
Escaped.
You misunderstand, Death. I'm not saying they shouldn't have nerfed him. I'm saying the nerf to 3 and he's still playable, despite most people saying he wasn't. The nerf was reasonable, and the place he's ended up at is still playable. Mobius was originally a 2 energy card. Turns out now he's just a good deck card instead of a thing you're supposed to play in every deck because he's a 2/3.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
He could probably... I actually don't think he should have a point of power. I think he's still so good in the places where he's good, he should be bad when he's not good. You suspect the best bounce deck will include Sentry and Annihilus after the nerf deck. Yeah, I don't think any of the good Annihilus decks change at all. They just have slightly less points of power to put into play. I think the Annihilus nerf is a really good nerf. Like, Annihilus's stat line is a bonus. It's not the reason you play the card. Super happy they didn't echo cloning mats. We dodged drawing Iron Man for another turn. Worth noting that we could get Reality Stone on the Limbo. Unfortunately expected. What I'm about to say might come as a shock to some of you, so perhaps you should consider sitting down. But I think there's a good chance Mr. Negative sucks in this deck. It's not looking good, boss.
Escaped.
It's like I think the Negative Havoc deck is quite solid. Last I checked, it had pretty reasonable stats on Untapped. You haven't seen the highlights of the Negative Havoc deck. They're up on both YouTube channels at this point. I'd recommend checking them out. I pulled Miss Marvel trying to get high Evo to Spotlight. Well, that's a sick rip. I feel like anytime your random card gives you a Series 5 card, it's a huge above average roll. As a small spending player, I'd be super happy with that result basically every time. Oh, you should ink the Mystique. Good call. I don't think that's actually true, Benjamin. I think if Marvel Snap was played more competitively, Mr. Negative would have worse cube equity, but I think the average person playing Marvel Snap at basically every level doesn't retreat nearly enough. And Havoc Negative has fine cube equity because people don't understand when they should leave. I also think even when players are slightly better, the output range of Negative is cloudy. It's very obfuscated what exactly you're going to do and where. So even better players who do retreat more often against other decks frequently talk themselves into staying against Negative when they shouldn't.
Opponent snapped.
You changed Viper from the Negative Havoc deck. Yeah, that's a different one than we played, Starter. The Negative deck with Professor X in it is the Negative Havoc deck I'm talking about. As much as it pains me to say it, the Mr. Negative build, the Professor X build is the one you want. All right, gamers, I just want to reinforce something. It is okay if you choose, it's even encouraged if you choose to watch my content over watching someone else's content that's happening simultaneously. But please don't just come into my channel and complain outright about another content creator. Thanks. Danger is probably better for us than that. I'm gonna get rid of the Mojo World. Why not get rid of Gamer Lab? Because I don't really care about their hulks. For clarity's sake, someone saying, well, not Atrix. I will never deride anyone for calling out behavior that is problematic or shitty. But calling out behavior that is problematic or shitty is different than just saying, I don't like this person. It's different than just being like, don't like them. They complain too much. Stuff like that. Things like using racial slurs as your username is being objectively trash. Some more decks before mine. Kurthal, are you the roving discard? If so, I believe you're the next one. You are the roving discard's the next one. I have roving discard and then a Black Knight deck. Yeah, he'll be next. Probably about 15 minutes. All right, so we do this, and then I top deck Living Tribunal, and we live happily ever after.
Behold my mighty hand.
Hold my mighty hand.
Iron Man.
We are currently winning in the center. We're also getting double onslaught Miss Marveled. This is why I didn't get rid of Gamma Lab, by the way. Someone asked why I didn't get rid of Gamma Lab. The Hulks were gonna be irrelevant. I just wanted to be able to put 4 things center.
Behold my mighty hand. Behold my mighty hand.
Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky.
Victory.
His mighty hand was belled. What's going on, Mech Z? Thanks for the 13 months. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Someone asked, do I have room for one more viewer next session? I think I'm gonna say we're full up. If there's still stream time after we finish this one plus 2 more, we'll just play some ladder. Feature location goes away in 9 minutes. Is Monday's a feature location day too, right? I think my plan loosely is to do viewer deck submissions on feature location days, since I want to play Conquest on those days anyways. So Mondays and Thursdays.
Snap.
Yeah, we were only 50% to beat that Rogue. Rogue had to hit an onslaught for us to win. If it hit Marvel or Iron Man, we lost. Loki Gaming. Your days are numbered, Lokemeister. Oh, maybe Miss Marvel, maybe if they tagged Iron Man, we won. Yeah, you're right. Maybe we were 75% to win there, then. Unironically, I don't want a Mr. Negative because my only 2 good cards to Mr. Negative are in my hand. Hey, Maria Hill Daredevil, it's a good one. I think Sarah Control from last season is good to infinite with. Yeah, I'd expect so. Yeah, do I negative now? Probably. Here's an idea that I don't think I've heard floated before regarding feature locations. Do you all think that having more than one feature location at a time would make the system better and more interesting? I think the answer to that question is yes, right? What if instead of one feature location that encourages one specific way of deck building, you had like 2 to 3 that created tension between each other that you got rewarded for in different ways? Because I think that's my core problem with the system, is their goal is to create a temporary metagame, but the problem is they create a temporary metagame that's like 90% mirror matches in some way. I should pitch that idea. I don't think I've ever brought that up before, but I think that would be, no, I don't think you want to change it every hour or two. They don't want that to be, that's too much for more casual players. It would just be nice if you weren't constantly playing mirror matches. Alright, and then we're hoping to draw Iron Man next turn, question mark. I guess Mystique also probably lets us win. We go like Mystique the Onslaught into Miss Marvel. J-Pox, 611 months, welcome back. Well, yeah, it creates a risk reward, right, Mad Max? I don't know. I think I'd be far more inclined to play feature location if there was more than one. I think that's your own bias in front of you, just so.
My mighty hand.
I don't know. I'm asking for opinions from other people, because for me personally, having more than one feature location at a time would greatly increase my personal joy from the system. As is, I just don't play feature locations at all. For what it's worth, Second Dinner has stated their intended use of feature locations is to create temporary metagames and encourage deck building. I am under pressure, thanks for the 3/4 of a year. So I think multiple feature locations still does that, but in a more interesting way. They're never gonna stop doing features, chat. They've been very clear that feature locations are something that they want in the game. So just get rid of them is something that's off the table. Well, so that doesn't make sense because they align the location with cards being released anyways. Sometimes that's just incidental. I don't actually know how big our board is here. Hopefully it's enough to beat 14. I gotta imagine it's enough to beat 14, right?
I am Iron Man.
Such is my judgment.
Easy 90.
Victory.
It will require careful deck building that building for one doesn't mean you auto lose the other. Or it would make it so if you go all in on one and it's bad for the other, there's actually a risk to the reward that you're getting. It creates interesting deck building tension. That's just a random thought. Like to encourage them to do things that would increase my joy in playing the ladder. It wouldn't personally make my experience worse, because I literally just don't play features at all, but I despise them so much. We got the shop rollover. Oh, we got the Sorin bundle. Oh, there was a Sorin today and Shuri yesterday. Maybe we'll have to play some stock Shuri so I can play with my new toys. I forget feature locations exist until I realize I'm having a bad time and then check. What a Marvel snap mood. I think there is a 0% chance auto mute is a feature that ever comes to Snap. I think permanently muting people that you have muted is about as best we could have hoped for. I wasn't expecting something like that, and I was glad when they added it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. The Mr. Negative means that we could draw Iron Man or Mystique next turn and then do that plus Living Tribunal. What a banger draw here. Glad we played at least a couple more. We've seen some spots where it's been good. Any early predictions on Hercules? He can't possibly make Vulture and Human Torch worse, right? Maybe Hercules plus Kyeria with their powers combined put Human Torch on the map. We'll see though. Is there a Rogue in my future? Listen, gamers. Rogue is a fairy tale designed to scare you at night. She's not real and does not exist. She cannot hurt me. I like the Sauron variant, but he's only playable in one deck. All right, you know what? We're definitely buying the Sauron thing, and we'll make a point to play Moon Girl Sauron without Shuri tomorrow, just to prove a point. I'd been meaning to play more of that deck anyways. Oh, I'll put it missequenced here a little bit. There she is, gamers. She's beautiful. Do do do. Do 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 do. So we got double Onslaught Marvel, which gives us 30 on each side, plus all the other points we have on the board. So we'll have 30 on each side, plus 8, 15, 25, 32, 40. So we get 100 divided by 3. We get 33 everywhere. I believe it's 33 everywhere. God, my brain is huge. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Monka. Monka. Whoo. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Have you ever wondered what sets good Marvel stat players apart from others, chat? Did you see how I counted the Living Tribunal there in 3 seconds? That's what you need to be able to do to eke out those extra percentage points. The Snow Guard turned off Atlantis for half a second, which is why we went down and then back up. Back to elementary school for math. Counting quickly is valuable. All right, gamers, we're going to take a 120-second break. We're going to check the shop. We're going to move on to our next viewer deck. It's been a fun afternoon. Thanks for hanging out. Oh my god, wait, are they not leaving? Oh no! Oh no! Are they really staying? Wow. What a salty motherfucker. Well, I don't do gameplay ads over gameplay, so I'm going to give them the thing. I just assumed we were done. I wasn't paying attention to the keep count. Tap the like button on the YouTube channel. You can have an advert too. Make sure that sweaty little gamer is muted. Nope, no gameplay here. Never an ad over gameplay, chat. They need it way fucking more than we do. Beauteous. That's better value than the shop gold. Yes, typically 2,000 gold gets you 2,400 credits. Those Sauron boosters give me enough to split for gold. Inked. They do, right? They do? Alright. Alright, gamers. As we will. It is a good piece of art. That's the base art. Yeah, so again, for people that don't understand how splitting works, your chances of getting a premium split count every version of that card that you've split. So because I've already put some boosters into these other variants, I want to split these other base variants first, so that way they count towards my chance to get a premium split on the one that I care about. So it only took me 90 boosters to split each of these. And now we'll split this one twice.
Infinity.
So again, none of these could be premium splits. Your first chance for a premium split is your fourth split. So this is the last split we have boosters for. Let's see if we can spike a fourth split inked here.
Infinity.
Are we a lucky rubber ducky, or does he get put on my waiting for boosters list? The Sauron bundle is above rate. If you're someone that periodically buys credits for gold directly, the Sauron bundle is an easy must pick. All right, survey says ever lucky. All right, we'll spend our last couple of boosters, and then he goes on the list.
3D.
Colleen, Spectrum, Ghost Spider, Silk, Sauron. These are all cards that I've split 4+ times without getting an inked or whatever on. Yes, those are the quick math you need to be able to do if you're someone that's buying credits for gold, is that this bundle, normally when I buy credits for gold, turning 2,000 gold would get me 2,500 credits. Is that how the math is? So the bundle was 2,800 credits for 2,000 gold. So I got 300 extra credits and variant avatar and boosters. Anytime there's a gold for credits bundle and the credits are better than what I would get for buying them in the shop, it's an auto pickup for me. Oh, hey, speaking of silk boosters, that's exciting. We got a viewer deck with her in it. This is a neat little take. We've got the Stature Samurai shell, but we've got Jeff, Silk, and Spider-Man with Kraven here for things to bounce around the board. Let's pop on into some games here and see how this goes. This one's actually probably got enough real cards in it that I'm gonna play. Play Gold Conquest. Korean, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think the only card in this deck I may be a little bit suspect on is the Wolverine. I don't know that that card is like really worth playing if you don't have ways to blow it up. There are 2 bundles on the new verse shop. Yeah, I bought those earlier today, chat. Come on now. You're not telling me something new to buy that I'm not aware of. I already spent my dollar in dues. Let's do... Actually, you know who might be good in here over the Wolverine? Is I bet Miles might be better than Wolverine. Silk Jeff Spider-Man, I think, are enough to enable Miles.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh! Yeah, Meek would be fun in here, huh? That's a good shout. Alright, we need Silk to not end up left here. Could get punished with this line. We want her to go middle and then swing right. We win 2 50-50s in a row. Okie doke. Is this crazy? Call me maybe. I think this is right. Yeah, I already had both of the variants in the web shop. Unfortunately. Alright, can we win a 50-50? We cannot. Oh, we get another shot though here, right? Oh wow, that's really unlucky. They set themselves up so they were gonna be losing their Marvel bonus on the left. Why is there sort of a star on it? The star indicates that you have a higher tier sub bed. Silver stars for tier 2 and gold stars for tier 3. If I do this and Silk lands middle, I go up to 11. And then if they move this here, they go to 13 and I go to 13. But then we lose to Doctor Doom. I think we just gotta go.
Escaped.
Oh, we won priority here by mistake. That's sad. The highest skill cap deck not playing Loki. Anything else playing Werewolf by Night?
Wind, aid my hand.
That was notably the cheapest card in their hands. I'm actually gonna put down, I think I should probably make a point to make a how to evaluate bundles video. I feel like with with them changing the bundles as frequently as they have been, teaching some people how to fish is probably something that would be beneficial for the community. So, fun fact on Spider-Man. Spider-Man is guaranteed to move a card if possible. So because all of these are here, Spider-Man will guaranteed pull Magneto Center with this play. And then Shang-Chi flips up and ends him. Wanna boomer snap them? They might stay.
Victory.
This is one of those snaps where it's a bad snap on the ladder, but it's a good snap in higher stakes Conquest. And the reason for that is telling my opponent deterministically that I have Shang-Chi in my deck should be worth more than one additional cube. So if they want the certainty that they're going to be playing around Shang-Chi here, I want them to pay me out more than just +1. Whereas on the ladder, you're not going to be playing multiple games into the same person, right? So them learning that you have a Shang-Chi when you're going on to your next game after, that's not relevant.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. Thank you.
Peter, here, bud. I would be kind of surprised if any of the high value bundles continue to have lots of collector's tokens in them, because it seems that there's probably lots of players in a similar position to me where we have lots of collector's tokens and don't need other things. Those more expensive bundles are likely designed to cater to people in similar positions to myself.
Victory.
Is them directly selling keys a thing, or did they confirm that won't happen? They actually said explicitly putting keys inside of bundles is a when, not an if. So it's coming, but they didn't confirm when.
Snap.
But it's like a interesting amalgamation of cards. It's kind of like generically good disruptive stuff.
Wind, aid my hand.
Why would I want to Spidey the flooding here? I don't understand why that is good. Question, is it 11 caches on average per Series 3 card if you're not complete? It's 2 Series 3 cards per 9 caches. Has second hitter indicated a schedule or release for upcoming albums? They've not, Powell. They just had in the roadmap today that there will be more of them. You should play Wolverine before Colleen in case they Warhead. Yeah, that's a good shout out. That was, in fact, the better play. I think we just lose every time here because of the Cosmo, right? Even if I kick Silk over into here, we're still down 1.
Escaped.
I snapped and they left, BML. Spider-Man something out of middle. Maybe. I think the squirrel's just making too much of a risk. Even if Spider-Man drags Miss Marvel left, we're still losing there, right? Is a Sauron bundle a good deal? Chat, you're literally paying for pixels. None of the bundles are good deals. I am a Shang deck, and they are not. Ergo, Gamma Lab is good for me and bad for them.
Snap.
So, Jeff, potentially let's be with the space run except against a Miss Marvel. But what this does for me is it lets me pull into the left so they're full Gamma over here now. And then Shang-Chi lets me clean it out really nicely so they can't Cosmo me. Deck in order. What's the order issue? Oh, in case of Warhead. Yeah, good call. That's the order issue. Someday I'll remember. I need to draw Colleen Wing. Damn. We lose to Jeff the Babyland Shark, but I'm gonna stay because YOLO. I already moved by Jeff, so I didn't want him to become a Hulk.
Victory.
Oh, and we got a bunch of Silk boosters to boot. A sort of Flexispot frame. Awesome, Zinder. Hope you enjoy it. Hopefully you use the code or the link. 10 out of 10, do recommend. Yeah, not having Jeff there is a pretty loose day. I agree. Honestly, me staying is probably loose too. There's 75% to have the shark. Oh, do we want to swap Miles? Yeah, probably. I want to play one more set with the Wolverine. But yeah, Wolverine to Miles probably makes sense. Oh, wait! There's no Killmonger in this deck? No, that's definitely the swap. No Killmonger in this deck is nonsense.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, they're snapping because they're armoring by extra 3. Yeah, that's not nearly the play you think it is, bud. Swap Silk. No, I want to cut the Wolverine. The Wolverine. We have way too many discard payouts. Don't go right, Wolvie. Alright, so the Moon Girl Sauron deck you mentioned. You can find previous deck lists, on the, what's it called? My Untap page. Feels like we're dead. This ends with Silk here. And then I have 10, 6, I'm only at 18 here. They can move their Jeff. And they move their Jeff and move in Vision. They're at 21. Yeah, I just have to leave.
Escaped.
Deep in the tank about their singular plays here. A great 50-50 to win because it means they can't play Crossbones.
Victory.
A Craven not in the white hot room because they'll play here and then we'll Spider-Man them off.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Opponent snapped.
Armor Nightcrawler here. Oh, my most expensive card was
Neighborhood
cheap.
Spider-Man here.
I forgot about that. I probably haven't played the Moon Girl Sauron deck since Chavez released. It's been a while. I hit a high Evo Hulk on turn 1, just a Blob deck, lol. And it still gained power as a match went on. I don't think that's true. If it already had power, it retains power, but it definitely doesn't continue gaining it, unless they introduced a new bug in the most recent patch. It's been an interaction for a long time. I'm gonna go ahead and concede this match and take this one down to the proving grounds. The lack of ways to kill our X23 and deck and shards other than discarding is super clunky. I'm gonna swap Wolverine for Killmonger and play a few more. I missed that there was no Killmonger in the initial skim. I just kind of assumed with the rest of the cards that it would be there. Alas, it was not. Be Miles instead of Colleen. I don't want to change too much. I usually like to keep the cores of what people have submitted intact. But we definitely need more than just discard to trigger those things. Bendura, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, hey, chat. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't clap back at people like this, but honestly, just like, fuck them. Like, imagine this response to this roadmap update, or they could try making the game cheaper. There are literally multiple things in this roadmap that give free rewards. Like, you'll actually, it's just so important to remember that these types of people are actually folks that you'll never please. Just fucking whiny, entitled little babies who are literally getting the thing they're asking for and still crying about it. I mean, for what it's worth to the people in chat that are saying it's a free-to-play game, like, free-to-play games have a cost to them. Like, you can't get absolutely everything right away without spending money. Like, that's objectively true. But it's also objectively true that there are multiple things in that update that make the game cheaper, that are going to add more free rewards to the game. So, like, you don't need to ignore reality like they are, but you could also just be like, hey, this is, like, ridiculous. You're just never going to be happy. Mathias 4 to P, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Do I have any reason to play this out now? Not sure that I do. I guess I might want to play Spider-Man and Dacket next turn, huh? Oh, and they didn't play their free 6-drop, so we get to take it away. Nice. Nice. Instantly paid dividends for putting Killmonger in my deck.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Look at how sweet my play was, chat. Wasn't my play really sweet? I thought it was awesome. Unfortunately, my opponent has a 633. Unfortunately, my opponent has a 633. Chat, Spider-Man doesn't move face-down cards anymore. If you missed it in the last patch, only cards that explicitly say they move face-down cards now move face-down cards. That wasn't a Blob thing, that was a Spider-Man functionality change. But they wouldn't have drawn a card next turn, it's fair, yep. Yep. You win if they play a 623 there. I think so. I think we're up by enough in the middle.
Oh, snap.
Hey, this looks great. Lovely, lovely.
Opponent snapped.
Rising gang, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate the support. Yeah, we would have also beaten them if we won the 50-50 on the Spider-Man move. Is an unfortunate sad. I usually a deck for Jeff to play. So on days when we do deck submissions, we usually take them for the first couple hours. Generally speaking, we do deck submissions on Thursdays and Mondays because those are feature location days. It's like some Cerebro 2 gaming here for the opponent. If they don't empty their hands here, this Black Bolt could be a winning play. Bet they were gonna play 2 cards out. Yup. Yeah, GG. It makes sense for them to wait. But Black Bolt gets to get them when they wait.
Victory.
Someone just played a 6-8 Blob against me. I assume they're the ones who tested the card. Overall, this deck's got some fun bits to it. It's probably something worth exploring when Meek releases. The discard and movement core together. I don't think these Dakin stature decks are really playable without Samurai, unfortunately. He's a pretty important enabler for both those cards. To be fair, none of the outlier numbers on Blob are really useful to look at. Like, sure, sometimes he's been 8 or 9 and sometimes he's 70, but neither of those are useful stats. The problem with Blob is that he's like 25 to 35 way too fucking often. Anything that's consistently bigger than Infinite should have as big or a bigger drawback than Infinite has. It's just like the full stop case in point. That's the core problem. If you're consistently bigger than what Infinite is, you better be paying a price to achieve that. Snap. His 20th, 50th, and 80 percentiles are basically all too big. Yeah, I completely agree. His drawback is having big cards in your deck. That's not even really his drawback when you think about it a lot of the time. Because a lot of the time, you're just like playing Thanos, right? That is actually a really fun suggestion for the card from someone in chat there. What if he had to take up all 4 spots in a location? I think I'd be fine with his current text box if that was the case. Then if that was the case, suddenly the guessing game of where are they playing their cards out at goes away, right?
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Yeah, you also couldn't armor it then. Normally I think a lot of the suggestions people make are pretty silly and I don't even entertain them, but I think that's easily one of the best I've heard. Swiss Taco, thanks for the brand new Prime. And there's a ton of great people you could send that to everyone. Thanks for sending it this way. Yeah, and debris and green goblins would be proactive counters then. Is a neat thought. So Dan Hip variants. I'm not I love every Dan Hip variant, but I think he has a number of ones that I personally enjoy. I think for my personal taste, Dan Hip's art style works better with certain types of characters than others. Like he has a pretty specific stylized type of art, and for me personally, I don't like how it works with certain characters. You know what else? Things that we don't like how they work, but we gotta tolerate them anyways, chat? These adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds with our last viewer deck submission of the day. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, we're 28 likes off of 300. That's my goal for the stream today. Can you press the button? I believe in your ability. When your significant other told me you needed 2 hands and a flashlight to find the button, I defended you. Don't prove me wrong. All right, our last viewer deck submission, I'm actually going to play on the ladder because it's a good deck. And the feature location is over. sweet fool's gold background on the Black Knight blended right on in with the rest of our fancies here. I submitted this deck. Last season's #1 player was using it. Yeah, it's a really solid core. Is Miss Marvel Vitalist or Canary Placer? I think this is a deck that's probably still plenty capable of winning games without Miss Marvel. However, Miss Marvel's just a generically very good Marvel Snap card, and you're going to win more games than anything that she's included in. Do you like this version more than the Black Knight was a sponsor? I honestly have not enjoyed the She-Hulk versions of Black Knight. We played this build yesterday for a little bit with Kyaria, and I liked this build. It felt good, but it's also very similar to the other one we were. There's another one that got submitted here. Oh, I have a monthly stats recap. Should I click on that real quick? The Land Shark was my most played card. Nico Minaru. Lady Deathstrike was my highest win rate. The Hulk, chat. I do like me a Green Man. My Hulk has more tacos than this, though. Yeah. Please continue giving this feedback to Second Dinner. They need to either remove the location you've most seen or eliminate Flooded and Limbo from it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid that that's an option. It just shouldn't be an option. Do we play Sarah Control? I don't really enjoy playing the all tech card Sarah Control decks, if I'm being honest. I find them a little bit boring and dry. Leech Lover. I'm gonna go ahead and mute this opponent. Oh, they're all... Just my gut instinct was there's no way someone with that username is gonna be positive with emotes. Already fucking muted. Yep. Yep. My queen! My queen!
Oh, snap.
Snap, haven't really done anything yet. Boring and dry gets me an infinite every season. I save the fun for Conquest. Yeah, I play enough Marvel Snap, and I'm good enough at it while I play it that I can get to infinite playing most things, so... I don't make a point not to play decks that I don't really enjoy for the sake of climbing. like this. Spread some points out. I think if you're a free-to-play player, there's a good chance you'll have a better currency bundle than the Sauron bundle. The Sauron bundle is a good pickup if you're someone that's regularly buying bundles and you're spending money on the game. It's above average, but it's not really a super high-value one. I bought it without thinking twice, but if you're someone that with more minimal resources, I'd probably be more frugal and wait for something else, potentially. If you're not drowning in collector's tokens, you should probably save your resources to buy things that have collector's tokens. It's a pretty good TLDR. Oh, the raft goes to the right. I think I have to leave, unfortunately. This deck seems kind of bad into Loki.
Escaped.
All of our tech cards are good against us. Always want to be pretty conservative with your snaps in this final run when you're in my MMR bracket, because eventually you'll just like hit a bot, it'll boost you for 4 to 8, and that'll give you a big jump towards finishing things out. Well, this draw is so bad that I think if this is a bot, we might lose to them. Thank you, sweet opponent.
Hello, hello.
Can I win this game? Can I beat this AI chat? Is it? I think it's actually play Sarah, right? Because I have the Ghost Rider. I think it's actually play Sarah. Alright, so play left bot. He gets a play left bot. I'm having some doubts, chat. This is an AI, right? Anyone? Bueller?
Are ye worthy?
It's fitting that we queued into this immediately after I said you just gotta, like, take your time and you'll get 8 cubers off of bots, though.
Victory.
Swiss Taco, thanks for the brand new primer, by the way. And Rising Angela, thank you for the brand new tier 1. I missed those a little bit ago. Apologies for that. Probably just a different 6-drop in that deck, Natho, because it's a Kyeria deck. So So you want to play more 6s for Kyeria. Probably just like a Giganto or a Hulk if you're missing Scar. Not missing Scar, I just don't like him. I think he was fine in that deck. We played some 2 and 3 energy Scars. It was fine. Their deck is definitely much better into turn X4 than we are. Just gonna not give up too many of our bot cubes and go next.
Escape.
Need, what, 13 more cubes for infinite at the moment? I'm curious to see how much MMR or how many stat points I had to infinite at. I really didn't play much last season. I think I finished like just above 8,000. Top of the ladder was not particularly fun for me.
Snap.
I'll snap on one here. It's pretty good. Just need either of our 6s. The Black Knight deck we were playing yesterday had 3 6s in it, which felt pretty good. Autofill typically won't include new cards when you autofill for older cards because autofill goes off of historical data that the client has access to. So that means it hasn't had time to catch up to something like that.
Can never be fully known.
Do you like Black Knight decks? I think they're very powerful. Oh, they're Destroy, which means I could find their Killmonger here to deal with their Nico. Anecdotally, there were less people playing last season. I tend to finish around ladder rank 100k, and last season I entered at 50k and stayed there. An interesting note. I guess I was gonna put this onto here, huh? We have Magento as a Ghost Rider target next turn. Yes, how many stat points you reset to has to do with your MMR, and the more you've played, the less your MMR moves. So if you're someone that resets to a lower stat point every season despite climbing up, it means your MMR is not really increasing at a significant rate. Which I think sounds like a feature to me. We'll grab Miss Marvel here and anchor over into Lake Hellas, hopefully. Feels like Vacation would be more people would have time to play. I mean, like, it depends on what your audience is, right? So, like, my 8 and 9-year-old play more video games over the holidays, but I play less games than ever because dealing with kids being home means that I have less time, right? I think actual adults have less time for games over the holidays compared to children. On average, obviously some exceptions, but it's even a good play on the left. I'm getting 15, 18 there, going to 22. Oh, am I actually losing if I pull the Marvel and Enchantress over? I think I am. It's fine, they're leaving.
Victory.
Losing left was guaranteeing minute rate though. Yeah, probably. But if that was the play, I still should have played the Deadpool middle. I should have counted to see where the Deadpool was supposed to go. Well, that's sad. It means I can't Enchantress the Quinjet. The average Quinjet deck is Loki, which again I think is a bad matchup for us. Two toddlers, I had no times for game or Twitch, and I'm happy to be back in the office today. Yep. Feel you. I'm just playing this out for tempo.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm gonna stay because I have Sarah on Citadel. But they could about to Loki. They could be about to Loki us for 6 with fuck me. Does 11 ever win the middle here? I think 11 wins the middle here some of the time, right? We Ghost Rider right and slide the 3-powered Asteroid M. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel... Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to play for all 3? I don't know. It could be right to play for all 3 here. And things are a little spooky. It probably doesn't matter regardless. Spooky, sometimes lucky.
Victory.
All right, one more 8Q bot, and we're into win it. Ooh, piece of candy.
Oh, snap.
Wind, aid my hand.
Ghost Rider this turn. Black Knight, kind of punishing, honestly. I probably can't Shang them anyways. I could do this. It's gotta be wrong though, because then Sarah fills and I can't do anything. Like I can contest the flooding either way. I'd rather have 2 more points here. I'll leave if they snap me back. At least, I mean, I guess snapping appropriately there wouldn't have done anything for them. They would have still only gotten 2 cubes. I was leaving regardless, but the lack of a snap there is certainly a choice. What not my dance? Thanks for the brand new tier 1. I appreciate the support.
Oh, snap.
People often ask me, Jeff, what's the #1 way I get better at Marvel Snap? The answer is basically always snap and retreat more. If you're not doing what I did in that last game somewhat frequently, i.e. retreating games that you snapped in, that means you're probably not snapping frequently enough. And probably not retreating frequently enough. Don't be afraid to raise the stakes when you're ahead early. But also, don't worry about leaving if things end up not going your way. Love your analysis. Figured it was time to drop the sub. Well, thanks for that support. Like I've talked about in the past, like in my 1-year review video, those subs are the bulk of my income here. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without them. Well, we're not playing Ghost Rider. It's just Ebony Blade. And actually, I'm gonna Ebony Blade into the Vibranium mine, because if I draw a piece of Vibranium, I can go Ghost Rider Blade Vibranium, which sounds great. Lucky. I'd rather have Magneto than a chance at Infinite, right? Or would I rather just have a number? They're leaving.
Victory.
I think I'd rather have Magneto. I don't know. Maybe the Infinite's better. I don't think it matters. I think they're both pretty likely to win. With how much Mobius we're playing against, this Sarah build of this deck seems less appealing. Zabu's probably still fine, so you can get value before they Mobius you, but Sarah seems like a real liability based on the last handful of games that we've played. Mobius is out in force here.
This land is always changing.
I definitely think the Red Skull She-Hulk build of this archetype is worse than these various Sarah builds, Mr. Toasty. I don't know which of these Zabu builds I like the best with Miss Marvel, but I think all of them are probably better than that one that I've been playing last week. I'm snapping on the Quinjet draw because it means all the cards I have from their deck are discounted. Mobius back because of Scar or what? I think he's back because of decks like this one. Sarah's been a very popular deck of the late. Put Sif underneath the Cosmo here so we don't discard a card. Ooh, they turned off Weird World for a turn. Fun. I didn't swap anything for anything, Silence. This is a viewer exhibition. Just playing card for card what someone sent in. Age Cakes, thanks for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. The biggest thing they can do on the left.
Opponent snapped.
They don't have any cost reduction. Plus 8's probably not enough though, huh? They can do Enchantress plus something else. They go R-Blade into Ghost Rider. Yeah, it's a good shout. Magneto Center. What does Magneto Center do? It, like, ties here if they play 2 cards. Seems incredibly unlikely to win. Sure, it pulls 7 there, and then they still have a Devil Dinosaur to my 11 power. So they have to play 2 cards to tie. Games like that last one show kind of the failure of understanding that we were talking about earlier, where the opponent's like gloating and snapping because they ended up in a good position when I raised early. And a lot of people have this really hard mental block where they just like don't ever want to snap because sometimes they snap and they lose and they feel sad about it. Daredevil Killmonger. Is this beep boop?
Wind, aid my hand.
We didn't draw Lady Sif. Feels bad, man. That Chief said this one's the game. Stay for one. Might be a throwing bot. An extra one for free. I always feel bad when your hand is super awkward and you can't milk the bot for more. It did have a good holiday, Mage Cakes. Happy New Year to you and yours as well.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Feel like I'm missing the slightly higher density of things we could do early in the other build of this deck. Having one more 6-drop means that you can Blade and Lady Sif on curve more consistently as well. This deck's doing enough powerful things that we could probably play it to infinite if we play with it for another little bit here in farm cubes, so we had a decent AI, but not sure you have enough shake boosters yet. Accurate. Why is Medusa played in lockdown? Yeah, 100% just to get priority. Someone on Twitter was complaining that Ebony Blade was a 420 they could not be destroyed or reduced, calling for a nerf, and they accompanied it with a screenshot of them winning with a 39 power blob. Ooh. That's funny right there. If Green Goblin, because Celine didn't hit their hood, right? The hood was on top of their deck. They could be a Green Goblin deck because they're playing Celine, though, for sure. They picked my -9. If someone's Scarlet Witch is an ego, I'm in trouble. Chat, it's fine. This pig has a humiliation kick. And this goes back to what I was talking about earlier, right? With like wishing I had one more wishing I had one more big thing. I think I need to do this. So I think I need to do this so that way the Annihilus doesn't get a freebie over here. Can play this here when we play for all three. I need to put 6 here while also putting 4 here, which seems unlikely. They haven't team-ended this game. But nerf or buff was I most wrong about? I thought 3 energy Mobius was going to be mostly unplayable, but he's fine. They could max plus Gladiator. Sure, those are like Marvel Snap cards, I guess. Holy shit! What a game. What a fucking game. Holy. L-O fucking L. You know what the extra sad part is? If they would have had priority, we would have won this game because Magneto would have pulled him middle too. Very little goblin. Alright, I think I'm going to... 1, we have to take an ad break. 2, I'm gonna be done playing this build of the deck because it feels worse than the build we played yesterday. So I think we're gonna continue Black Knighting on the ladder. But I think I would rather go back to this one we played yesterday for a bit. With Kyeria and Scar in it. Although Jeff was good in the list we just played. I don't know. I'm gonna stew on it. Maybe we'll do something else too. I don't know. Do I even want to hit Infinite today? I guess I gotta say, if I want to hit Infinite today, we probably keep playing this. We could play some bad decks. Or some less good decks. I don't know. Catch you in under 20 seconds. I think Goblin should have a regular stat line of 315, dude. Midway Monster, thank you for the over 4.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Try and farm some Silk Boosters. Well, this deck's probably worse in a post-Kyeria world. This is probably not great in a lot of the other Black Knight decks. It's also kind of mid into Black Knight, because your Goose package just isn't good enough because they're all like Zabu Sarah decks. Chrome Raven, thanks for the 3/4 of a, or the half a year. Welcome back. Good Torch Bounce. We spent a bunch of time yesterday playing Torch Bounce. This will be tomorrow's deck highlight on the Hooglandia Step channel. I was gonna play the Cost Reduction Knight like we said we were going to. The Sarah Knight feels stronger than Hella Knight. Last I checked, none of the Hella Knight decks have particularly good stats. Is it possible to win a game of Marvel Snap with a turn 2 Havoc? Probably not. This part is so shit against us, it's so frustrating that it just had text. Should not have a text box in this matchup.
Oh, snap.
They're probably the Sarah deck, right? I'm probably supposed to Lady Sift this turn and not Miss Marvel, because if I draw Sarah, I can't play Sarah next turn now. This is a mistake. Barely been anyways.
Victory.
You played much Thanos Hella Lockjaw recently. It's so hard to play anything with Thanos that's not just Blob stuff, Papa. I really don't enjoy playing decks. I don't mind playing decks that aren't tier 1, but I don't enjoy playing decks that feel like they're strictly worse versions of the established tier 1 decks. And most other Thanos decks just feel like that in relation to Blob these days. I enjoy trying to play something that's like lower tier well, but just like not things that are strictly worse builds. I mean, thankfully our opponent decided they don't enjoy snapping. So we get to hang out and like push some buttons here, I guess, but... maybe Subterranean will hurt their consistency.
Enough said, Bob.
Okay, that bounced off at least. Do I do this to try and set up Ghost Rider? I think so. If they Venom this turn, it clears the Venom. The Subterranean is potentially our saving grace in this match.
Enough said, Bob.
I am shocked that they didn't Deadpool the Shuri's Lab. Alright, so if I draw a rock or a black knight next turn. Lady Sif maybe does it? How big's their Deadpool? The Deadpool's only 8, right? They blew it up twice plus Shuri. How cheap is Death? Yeah, it's a good shout. Death is cheap. Yeah, I think we just lose to too much to stay here, unfortunately.
Escaped.
There's a Subterranean that could potentially be doing some heavy lifting here, but on average, we just leave for 1 rather than gamble for 4. There's no reason to take high-risk things like that. We'll eventually get a bot, and it'll put us up over the top. It's not a particularly exciting climb, but it's a strategically optimal one. The Lady Sif teed up. I'm not in a rush to blade the Magneto. Wanna pump the brakes for a turn in case we peel Black Knight. Hey, Rogue. Yeah, the Discord server is here. It's handled automatically via integrations, though, so there's not a direct link into it like some others. Pseudo-private server. Hey, thanks, bud. Appreciate you. A fun interaction. Sarah left rather than gambling the hell, I think. This. Does this ever win the game? I think this wins the game. Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch off of this. I'm really not enjoying playing into... Mobius constantly with it. Ebony Blade wins it though. No? How? You can't really see Mobius's current play rate because Untapped doesn't let you filter just for certain date ranges. So if I filter for 80, 70 through 99 or 90 through 99 right now, I'm gonna see last season as well because they didn't reset the data for the start of the season. I've been asking for better controls for that for a while now, but they just don't let you filter specific date ranges. Aaron K, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Let's fart around with the fun deck for a little bit in the stream. Rings. Infinite's not worth anything. She could get me in trouble, but ideally with Iron Fist, I want to play Angela either center or right, and I want to play her into a location where I can play 3 cards out afterwards. This could be more restricted. It's similarly restricted, so could be worse. I think we'll Kyeria here, and then we'll Iron Fist, Vulture, Beast them back next turn.
Snap! Opponent snapped.
Is it untapped primarily a magic site? No? Untapped. Untapped actually started off as doing Hearthstone stuff. It's so sad that my poor blue boy catches flack from this motherfucker. Just actually can't play the game. Deck cards suck. Guess we just do this at this point. Yeah, this is just the mono tech cards matchup again. Govain, thank you for the tier 3 and for the 63 months. That is absurdly generous. And quite a long time. Welcome back.
Flame on!
You think they play for the right? I think they don't play for the right. Do I beat that? Yeah, right? The other two are 9 together. So I got a 16.
Victory.
One more tech card and they would have had it. Yeah, maybe. So Gladiator is a tech card. Gladiator's not a tech card. Gladiator and Maximus are the two cards they play that are low energy, high power cards. Oh my god. Is this a bot when I'm 2 cubes from infinite, chat? Holy fucking shit. Please be a bot. Yes! They're a bot! The only 100% way to know that you are playing against a bot is if you snap them and end the turn and it immediately ends. Someone at second dinner right now is like, I thought you didn't like bots, fucking Hogland. Liar. Hey, Chance, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Welcome to chat over on the YouTube side. Is it a cheater bot or a good bot? That's a good question. What's it like to kill bots? I would like the record to reflect we just beat a human for 8 cubes. Okay? So notably here, I can't destroy any of my 1 energy cards because of Kyria. So if I want to draw 2, I gotta eat the cloak. I missed on human. Literally, the last 2 cards in my deck are Human Torch Vulture. I ended on Iron Fist, so I could move Human Torture Vulture as my last play. That's so funny. Okay, so let's go. Forge gets kicked over. Actually, I think I want to do this. Time out. I'll time out against the bot. Thankfully the rope's just way too fucking long. I know there were like 800 ways to sequence this turn, chat. What is the correct way for me to sequence this turn? I don't know. Please don't ask. Alan, that knifo. Thank you for the brand new prep. Appreciate the support.
Flame on!
If you destroy her, do your 1-drop stay alive? Yeah. I probably should put Nico on the right. Hopefully it does better. These are the funniest bot decks. Like, And see, this is perfect now, chat, because now I already have a deck highlight queued up for tomorrow's of this deck for tomorrow on the Hoaglandia Snap channel. But now I can say Human Torch got me to infinite in the title. And it's still clickbait, but it's not a fucking lie. It's the most honest of bullshit clickbait. Because we're here! And for the record, you know, all this data is stupid because it's pre-infinite data. If this will load, I think we had like a almost 60% win rate with this deck yesterday. If I recall, come on, load. Current season, smaller sample. Yeah, I actually didn't really lose that many stat points. Listen, chat, I'm in bot MMR inside of the 70 to 90 because my MMR in this game is very high. Like before they got rid of bots in Infinite, we played only Conquest because I got lots of bots on the ladder. Like 8,000-ish snap points is where we've been resetting to most seasons. Your starting snap points is based on your internal MMR. Your internal MMR doesn't normalize season to season. It determines how much your snap points normalize season to season. MMR stands for Matchmaking Rating. It's basically an internal number that's hidden and private to players that Second Dinner uses to judge your strength as a player. And the more you play, the more accurate it is in theory. So, basically, to pat myself on the back for a minute, I've played an unhealthy amount of Marvel Snap, and Second Dinner's algorithms think I'm a good player after playing a bunch of it because they start me with a lot of snap points. And if you're someone who's played less, you need to play more. You could be someone who's similar strength to me, who when you eventually play as much as I've played in 3 decades, you'll normalize to the same spot. But it's also possible that other people who have played an equal amount to me are worse than me and will normalize to a worse number. Yeah. So this is today's couple of games with this and yesterday's, so just over a 60% win rate with plus 30 cubes. But yeah, like, the thing I can't emphasize enough is, like, none of these stats are real. Like, actually, this deck actually now has better stats than this one, which is accepted as a good deck, right? Both these samples are small, and, like, there's bots in both of these numbers. I think most of our big cube wins were off of humans with this deck yesterday, because it's just like, so fucking weird people don't calculate the output range well. MMR is normalized every season. Is MMR normalized, or is snap points normalized? It's also possible that MMR is normalized less than snap points normalized, I would make the assumption. We already do MMR normalization each season, sure. But that doesn't mean that it normalizes the same amount as snap points. Sure, yeah, but like that fact doesn't change anything that I just said, Shady Face. What do we use this season? We got 33 cubes with this. We got 29 cubes with this. We got 11 with viewer submissions. We got 43 with Lockjaw, and that's most of it, right? Scar Coping, Last Chance, Zabu Scar. Our win rates were good with most things except for the ones we didn't really play. All right, it's almost 3 o'clock. We just got to Infinite. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. My plan for streaming in the new year is to go long when it makes sense to go long, i.e. when drops are going on and the numbers are crazy, and just do more normal, reasonable, get back to some semblance of work-life balance during non-drops. We came in Infinite at 280 with almost 8,000 stat points, so I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do a full day of something. Maybe we'll try and climb. We'll see how much diversity there is. A lot of the times, the ladder has less diversity than Conquest, but it's been hit or miss lately. So maybe we'll plan to start with laddering tomorrow morning, and then maybe we'll do something else after. Plan to be live about 9 a.m. Central again tomorrow. If you missed it, Marvel Snap put out an updated 2024 roadmap. I've got a full breakdown and my response and thoughts on it on the YouTube side there. If you want a fuller highlight with that bounce move deck, it'll be up on the YouTube channel tomorrow morning. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day wherever you're at. And raid someone new today. They are another creator in the Marvel Snap community that reached out to me about giving them some extra eyes on occasion. So we're gonna raid Big Ol' Buck. Check them out, and I'll be back in the morning.